Open this hearing of the Senate Education and Employment References Committee into the quality and safety of Australia's early childhood education and care system. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respect to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via teleconference. I am joined by the Deputy Chair, Senator Marielle Smith, and Senator Hodgins-May via video conference. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to assist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome representatives from G8 Education via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Good morning. My name is Pejman Alkabad. I'm the CEO and Managing Director of G8 Education.
Good morning. My name is Josie King. I'm the Chief Legal, Quality and Risk Officer and Company Secretary of G8 Education.
I now invite you to make a short opening statement. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Many thanks. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Good morning, Chair, Deputy Chair, committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry. As I stated, my name is Pejman Alkabad. I'm the CEO and Managing Director of G8, and I'm joined by my colleague Josie King. G8 Education operates 395 early learning services across Australia. We employ more than 8,800 team members and care for more than 36,000 children each week nationally. We're all here today because we share a common goal, ensuring that every child in early childhood education and care is safe. As many expert witnesses, including the Australian Federal Police, ASICWA and others have made clear in evidence to this committee and other state inquiries, the crime of child sexual exploitation is not getting better across Australia. As experts and regulators have acknowledged, no provider type is immune. It is therefore incumbent on all of us to work together, government, regulators, and, of course, providers, to strengthen protection and ensure children are safe in every setting. Over the course of 2025, Australians learned of horrific instances of abuse across early childhood education and care sector. Last year, we also learned of the devastating and deeply distressing news that a former employee of G8 had been charged with child sex offences across early childhood services in Victoria. My team and I are horrified. Our heart goes out to the children and families involved, and we are truly sorry for the pain this has caused. Our focus continues to be supporting those impacted, including families, children, and our team members, and on fully assisting Victoria Police, the AFP, and the authorities as they work to achieve justice. We thank the Victorian Police and the AFP for the commitment to achieving justice for our families. While these matters remain before the courts, we are necessarily limited to what we can say specifically about that matter. We continue to emphasise the importance of national consistency, well-sequenced and consultative reform, particularly where it relates to workforce screening, information sharing, and employment history for those working with vulnerable children across the sector. I would like to acknowledge and commend the entire federal government for progressing national harmonisation reforms across early childhood education and care sector, particularly in introduction of a more harmonised and robust working with children check system and the introduction of the National Early Childhood Worker Register. To succeed, they must be matched with genuine risk-based regulatory approach that supports providers to build a strong safety culture, not just meeting minimum compliance. Done well, national coordination can lift safety, transparency, and confidence for families across the entire system. We are very conscious of the responsibility that comes with receiving public funding through the childcare subsidy. As an ASX-listed company, G8 Education discloses information about our operations and is subject to the continuous disclosure regime. Under our governance framework, compliance, safety, and quality outcomes are reported directly to our independent board every month. Confidence and trust in our sector can only be rebuilt by working together through greater transparency and sustained actions. I thank the committee for your work, particularly and thoughtfully and genuine conversations you have been having across the sector, including on this committee yesterday, on how we can work together to create a system that puts children's safety first and always. On behalf of G8 Education Group, thank you for the chance to contribute to this important inquiry, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Recent criminal charges laid against Joshua Dale Brown, who worked across centres operated by G8, have rightly shaken public confidence and highlighted gaps in how risk and employment history are tracked. What have you changed in screening, ongoing monitoring and employment history verification to ensure that similar cases do not recur? And how should regulators support these changes nationally?
A great question, Chair. I think I'll begin by reiterating what a horrific situation this incident has been and the pain that it's caused for many that are impacted. And not just since the Joshua Brown impact, but also going back from the learning of previous incidences in Queensland around another predator, Ashley Griffith, which didn't impact us, but they were learning that was shared across the sector. We have changed many aspects of our both recruitment, onboarding, and training since then that have seen significant changes that we've implemented.
Thank you. Could you give me...
appreciate is my colleague, Josie, will take you through the detail of that.
Okay. If I could have some examples of those, not just many, but just the examples of what they are.
Let's take you through some of those details. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Look, I think I would just reiterate that at the time that Mr. Brown was employed by G8 Education, he held a valid Working with Children check, and G8 had completed reference checks with a previous employer. In terms of what the status was regarding our employment processes then and what they are now, is we've been implementing significant enhancements to child safety measures around our recruitment processes to drive towards a more comprehensive and preventative framework.
But sorry, what are those significant changes? We've heard about many changes, significant changes. I've asked for some specific examples. Are you able to provide me specific examples of things that have changed?
Yes. So the first instance is the Child Safe Declaration that we ask employees to complete. In 2022, it was a basic declaration. There's now an enhanced declaration regarding workplace investigations and disciplinary history questions. If that turns out to have been untrue, then that's a basis for terminating employment. Our interview questions have now include specific child safety questions, completing with online forms to complete our data capture. So again, we have records. We've enhanced our reference verification processes with structured child safety questions. And we also now have a process whereby a senior manager must provide a reference to the staff member, and that must be verified. And we've also changed our approach to training and onboarding. Previously, child safety and child protection training needed to be completed in the period after commencement. We've now changed that process so that nobody can be rostered on to work with children without a valid working with children check and without having completed the mandatory child safety training. We also welcome the reforms which have been announced, allowing for greater sharing of information in respect of work history, particularly the National Employee Register, which will assist providers to identify gaps in work history that may then prompt further questioning and investigation.
Thank you. Are you able to tell me for the 2025 calendar year to date how many regulatory breaches, compliance notices or enforcement actions have been issued in relation to services operated by G8 Education across all jurisdictions?
Yes, I can. We received 569 breach notices nationally.
Do you have information on enforcement actions and compliance notices? Or are those breach notices encompass those?
Yeah, I've got the breakdown.
We've got the breakdown for you.
Bear with me. So in 2025, there were 177 compliance breach notices. There were 79 administrative letters, 26 caution letters, 4 compliance audits, 24 compliance directions, 11 emergency action notices, 170 findings of investigation, 42 monitoring visits, 26 reminder of obligation letters, 6 Section 215 notices, 2 show cause notices and 1 written response requested.
Could you please provide on notice those by jurisdiction, by state and territory, please?
Yes, we can certainly provide that, absolutely.
Thank you. Some witnesses have raised some concerns that existing unfair dismissal and employment law settings can make it difficult for providers to act decisively on early warning signals before serious harm occurs. From G8's perspective, do current workplace laws strike the right balance between procedural fairness for employees and the paramount need to protect children, or are there reforms that you believe would better support early intervention and risk removal? And were any such concerns raised in relation to Joshua Dale Brown?
Again, thank you, Chair. A great question. And I think that question is multifaceted, and I'll do my best to answer in your questions. First and foremost, we absolutely want to continue to be an inclusive and a fair employer, and we do think all aspects of employment law should also be continuing to be where it is. To your question, are there better ways that information provided from work history of people working with vulnerable children will assist in better vetting? Yes, absolutely. This is something that the sector has been advocating for probably more than 5 to 10 years. And we've been advocating for that. What do we mean by that? Currently, individuals' work histories do not necessarily come with the individual. You are still reliant on them providing a truthful and honest work history, for which we have an obligation to check.
Yeah, the reality is, though,
if someone become difficult.
Yeah, if I may interrupt, the reality is, though, someone that is a predator seeking to abuse children isn't going to give you an honest check or self-assessment of their suitability to care for children.
Absolutely. I totally agree. And the parts that are also become even more difficult, if there are unsubstantiated matters, they hardly get recorded, and currently they're not obliged to share those, or they're not recorded. So we absolutely would appreciate a system that captures both substantiated and unsubstantiated matters, but it is really important how the information then is secured and shared across the sector. I think it's a really tough decision to say that information should be shared with all providers, because it may well be not misused, but it can become public and can cause unintended consequences. However, we believe the right authorities and regulators should have visibility of those, where they can then enforce, particularly around working with children, certificates or checks, and actually take people out of the system without providing them with those certificates. So therefore, no employer finds themselves employing these without a poor working history.
So is it fair to say then that have you had circumstances where there have been behavioural concerns or things that haven't gotten to a point of a criminal conviction or unsubstantiated, where you've been unable to share that with other employers if they've sought a reference from you, and there has been a concern about the behaviour of those employees?
Yeah, so if I may just comment on that issue. The current situation, I know you've heard evidence yesterday on this, is that if we have concerns, our process is we report to the police, and where there is a reportable conduct scheme, we report to the appropriate regulatory authority. Often the behaviour that we report does not reach the threshold for the police to investigate, or for a reportable conduct scheme to conclude that there has been reportable conduct. What we do then is we complete our own internal process in accordance with our code of conduct and our accountability and performance and consequence management framework. The difficulty that you're highlighting is then how does the fact that there was an investigation, which may or may not be able to be substantiated, get communicated? And I think, as Mr. Okabat said, we think that the mechanism that will support sharing of that information is through the regulatory authorities in the state, who then have that information where you can say, we had these red flags, we investigated, it was inconclusive. However, you have that information and you can triangulate the data in response and take actions. I think the other comment we would make is we welcome the upcoming changes around the paramountcy principle and the new offence of inappropriate conduct. And I think those changes will also support providers' ability to take action. Paramountcy principle in particular, and although we're still waiting for some guidance as to how that will apply in principle, I think there is the potential there for that principle to apply in some of this decision making where it hasn't met a kind of criminal or a reportable conduct threshold, but nevertheless, if it's in the interests of the child, you can then still take action.
Sure.
That will take some time.
I understand.
To work through.
Yeah, in the interests of time, and I need to rotate the call, I still need an answer to my question, which was, have you had such circumstances occur where you haven't been able to relay on to others when they're seeking a reference from you about employees around concerns around their behaviour because there is no current register of that kind?
Our current policy is that we don't provide references, we provide employment status. And you are right, the system, particularly on anything that's unsubstantiated, prohibits us from sharing.
Correct. So is it true in stating that when you are faced, and you have been faced with that circumstance, you can't provide that information to a prospective employer?
Correct.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May.
Sorry, we can't hear you, unfortunately. Apologies, Senator.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
we can.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry, just one moment while I pull up. All right. Now, I've got some sort of just quick questions. We've got very limited time, so I've got some data-related questions that I'm hoping we can whip through quite quickly. I hear that you were watching yesterday, so you probably got a bit of a flavour for what they'll be. But can you please share, in the last financial year, your total profit after tax?
Our total profit after tax was around $56 million.
$56 million, thank you. And if you'd like to, if any of these you need to correct on notice, please feel free to do so.
Yes, absolutely. We'll provide the exact figure. And Senator, as you know, we published our annual report yesterday. As we are an ASX-listed company, we are duty-bound to do so. And we're more than happy to also on notice send a copy of our full annual report if the committee requires that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Oh, gosh, this technology, hang on one moment. Your underlying earnings before interest, taxes and depreciations and amortisation, is that in your report as well? Is that in your annual report? Yes, it is. Great. And do you know the total amount of money that was directly invested in the workforce, for example, in training, retention, conditions, etc.?
And wages?
Wages, yeah, like you can include wages, but training, retention and conditions and wages, do you have that breakdown? Is that in the report?
I have some of the breakdowns. So circa 58% of our income is on centre-based wages and salaries.
What was that figure, sorry?
58.34%. I'll get there. I'll notice. I'll make sure we get the exact number, but it is between 58 and 59%. We further invest in training, in recruitment, in provision of professional development for our teams, and a number of other facets that we provide. The other area, Senator, that we invest heavily compared to some others perhaps, is we provide a significant amount of what we call around centre support. These are middle management and senior management with expertise in many areas of which provide support for all our centres nationally. There are 4 areas that we particularly provide support. One is an operational support through area managers and regional estate managers. We provide support from a quality assurance partners, but the predominant focus is ensuring compliance to regulatory stance in every jurisdiction. We provide what we call practice partners, and their job is to improve the quality of education and quality of the practices. And we also provide what we call people and culture support or human resources support by jurisdiction to help with recruitment, training, and improving the capability of our teams across the nation.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, if on notice you could please provide the breakdown of each category, so training,
sure.
Retention, conditions, etc. One of the things we are hearing repeatedly is lack of money going into some of those areas of training. So that would be great. I'd be grateful for that.
Of course.
And within your report, does it have the total remuneration packages for your C-suite executives?
It has, again, it will be in there as per ASIC requirements. Yeah. So my salary and key management personnel's salaries and remuneration are absolutely stated every year.
They're stated in there. Okay, thank you. And what about bonuses for employees that employees are eligible for across, for example, centre staff, managers, executives, and so on? That's all in there?
The executives are listed in the annual report, Senator. But the centre-based teams incentive programs, they are not within the requirements of an annual report.
And then perhaps can you explain to me now whether those exist and what sort of metrics are applied in determining whether there is eligibility for a bonus?
Yes. Our approach to incentive programs for our centre leadership teams are very much on what we call a balanced scorecard. And there are fundamentally 5 components, of which 4 of them are non-financial.
Okay.
Safety would be a component, team retention would be a component, family experience is a component, driving that enrollment, which we fundamentally believe is about the trust and confidence in the centre, and finally, there's a financial component. And apart from that, we also have a very clear stipulation that there's a safety gate that applies, and we also, any significant issues of either misconduct or adverse safety matters, no one gets a bonus paid.
Okay, thank you. If you could provide any additional detail on that or notice, I'd be...
We'll provide some detail on that too,
Thank you.
of course.
You provided some data on compliance notices earlier. Can you please add to that how many of your centres received multiple, for example, more than 2 compliance notices within a 24-month period?
I can provide a kind of a summary headline level for you, but my colleague can
I have that data.
provide you. Similar to what Asika had suggested, that 60% of childcare centres across Australia receive more than 1 notification, and our data pretty much is similar to the averages across the nation. But my colleague will share.
I have the exact figures for you. So we had 60% of our centres received 1 or more breach notices. We had 114 who received, 28% of our total centres received only 1 notice, and then 59 of our services received 2 notices. So if you want to add it up, we can kind of say that close to 80% of our network received less than 2 notices.
Okay, thank you for that. And just in relation to my previous question around those bonuses, could you please specifically provide information around the financial component of those bonuses that you referenced in your response as being a factor?
We can do that. Yeah, but it is a balanced scorecard, so it's a component.
Yeah.
Only.
Thank you. Are any of your centres included in the 60 announced by the Minister for Education as being subject to serious enforcement action at a federal level?
Not that we've been notified.
Not that you've been notified, okay. And of your 4, hang on, sorry, just one sec.
Circa 400 centres.
Yes, no, 400 plus. But no, I'll move on to my next question because I know that I'm racing the clock. Do you have data on how often and by how much, on average, your fees passed on to parents have increased over the last 24 months across all of your centres?
Last year and this year, our fee increases have been very much based on federal government's strict percentage increases, which was agreed through the multi-employer bargaining process and the start of the worker retention payment. So going back in 24, the fee increases across our network, the maximum allowable was 4.4%, by which our aggregate came under that. And this year, the maximum allowable is 4.2%, by which our aggregate is below that too. Just to note, Senator, we were one of the very few providers and the only private provider that voluntarily joined the unions over 2 years ago, and we bargained with the government to bring the worker retention payment to fruition, and we're very, very proud of that action, which has helped significantly in retaining and recruiting educators back into the sector.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you. And I've only got one more question, so I will just check. All right. What proportion of your share register is held by Australian institutional investors versus overseas investors? Do you have that information with you today?
I don't have that exact detail at hand, I'm sorry, but I'm more than happy to provide that on on notice.
I would
But one thing,
appreciate
as
that.
of one important factor that it may be interest of to the committee is, whilst there are funds and institutional shareholders, they often buy on behalf of custodians and other. So as an example, last year, over 33% of all our shares were held by superannuation funds.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, anything additional you can provide on notice in relation to that and your educator staff turnover over the last 5 years, as well as any waivers for staffing ratios?
We're more than happy to provide education turnover. This has been something that we've been focusing significantly on.
Yeah.
Our turnover or retention over the last particular 3-4 years has significantly improved. We are currently around about 79% overall retention. We put a particular focus on ECTs and centre managers as a very key leadership cohort within our sector, and happy to say that the retention of ECTs, for example, over the last 3-4 years has gone from 59 to nearly 80%, and our centre managers from the 60s and 70s, we're now around about 89% centre manager retention annually.
Thank you. I need
But we
to
provide breakdown for the Senate.
Thank you very much, and I'll put some more questions in on notice. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Senator Muriel-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. You said in your answer to Senator Kovacic before you've had 569 breach notions nationally and 177 compliance breach notices. Overall, you've had repeated compliance notices and enforcement actions related to inadequate supervision and protection from harm across multiple services in multiple states. Can you tell us what specifically are you doing to make sure this doesn't keep happening and it doesn't happen again?
Thank you.
So may I start? And of course, you can talk to the detail of what we're doing. Thank you again for the question, Senator. I think it's really, if you step back, one thing that's really important that we tabled out right from the beginning, the nature of early education reporting system is fundamentally a self-reporting one. And again, I'm sure the witnesses like Asikwa would have attested and provided evidence that the good thing is, and certainly in our case is, we have a very good, strong reporting culture within G8. We promote reporting of every incident, doesn't matter how small it is. And again, Asikwa data nationally and in the 2025 end of the year report showed that 92% of reported incidents do not fall into or lead into a breach. So we have a very strong culture. We do report significantly. As I said, we are very proud of that. And we also take every incident incredibly seriously, and we have a zero tolerance stance on harm and maltreatment of children. Now, of course, I'll ask my colleague Josie to provide you with some of the detail of what have we done or continue to do to improve our position on regulatory compliance matters.
Thanks, Mr. Okavat. Thank you for the question, and it is a question that concerns us as well in terms of those centres where we have repeated issues. I would say at the outset that each one has got its own unique set of circumstances, often contributing to the challenge. It may be the location of the centre, it may be the demographics of the area, it may be that it's an area where we are finding it difficult to procure sort of a stable and experienced team. Each time we have a serious enforcement action of the kind that you're describing, we do a root cause analysis. We provide additional support to that centre. In many cases, that is over ratio staff. Ms. Okavat spoke earlier about our around centre support team. In those circumstances, those teams provide very focused and targeted support. So that might look like our practice partners who assist with embedding practice working with the centres, say it may be an issue around supervision, so unpacking their supervision practices. It may be one of our quality assurance partners talking about things like medical management and reviewing those processes. It may be that we have to apply our consequence management framework, and it may be that there's a need for disciplinary action. It may be that some of the team we have are not a good fit. So there's a wide range of actions that we may take. There are focused plans for those centres where we work very collaboratively with the centre manager, the centre leadership team, the area manager and the regional manager.
And I think perhaps in closing that answer, Senator, we've also made some significant investments over the last 2 years, one being we now have a centralised system that captures all issues and incidents, provides central visibility, allows us to do a better root cause analysis and provide support at the centre level. The second area that we've committed to invest again, Senator, is around provision of CCTV. We are working very closely with the federal government in assessing the impact of CCTV. We will be doing our pilot in the first half of this year with a rollout plan over the next ensuing years. But as I said, we are working very closely with the federal government on the CCTV program. But fundamentally, the other thing is really important to note is culture, capability and experience that are the bedrock of safety. The provision of everything, as my colleague and I have talked about in terms of process, systems, technology and support is our wraparound things that we work towards improving, providing that safety for children. But of course, working with regulators and the federal and state governments is also paramount in ensuring that we continue to learn and improve children's safety in all settings.
There's been a number of recent high-profile incidents in your services, including class actions, serious safety breaches and allegations of serious misconduct as well. To what extent do you reflect on your governance and management practices at G8 in assessing and analysing this?
Again, thank you for your question and appreciate the importance of governance within any settings, whether it's G8 or any other setting. A number of those issues that you mentioned, they are historical and they have been predominantly dealt with. In terms of what do, we have a being a large ASX listed organisation, we're obliged to follow certain protocols around Companies Acts and ASIC's frameworks and regulations, both from a governance point of view, but also financially. As you would know, we have an independent board of directors that oversee and provide governance across all aspects of our business. Our board, typically as per large organisation, have subcommittees of the board that oversee and govern in terms of much at a deeper level, be it risks, be it safety, compliance, and of course everything to do with our people and culture, and even remuneration. We subsequently have a very structured leadership and management protocols by which we assess and continue to improve our processes. Third layer of providing assistance to manage, lead and govern better, we also have external providers, both from a financial standing, we have external auditors, and we also have what we call internal auditors, which are again an external service provider that reports directly to the board and not management for all aspects that the board want to pursue in finding whether the processes, systems, even culture of the organisation is effective and is delivering its obligations against national law, and regulations by which our sector is governed by.
On your board, do you have anyone with experience as an early childhood educator? Is anyone on your board, do they have children in your services?
Yes, but majority of our board are female. Most of them have had children who've come through early childhood education system. We have a board member who's been
in G8 services.
No, the children are grown up at the moment. Unfortunately, the children are not at that stage anymore. But in terms of experience, they've had. We have a number of our board who've been around the early childhood sector for over a decade. That's one of our directors. We have a director who's been in the education system again all her life, and we have a board member who actually runs early childhood services themselves. So they're very close to understanding the principles, the laws, the regulations by which early childhood system is actually governed and run by.
I just want to ask, I know my time's almost up, Chair, about the worker retention payment. I think you've made calls to the government to extend that. You spoke a bit about the importance of retention in your answers to other questions, but can you tell us why you think that is important, in particular for child safety?
I think as I said, I'll go back to my earlier comments, Senator, that we believe the bedrock of children's safety comes from the centre team's culture, experience and capability, by which everything else provides further support for them to be able to do the job right. One of the most important aspects of developing that capability, growing the experience, is tenureship. Making sure that if people stay within the sector, their experience improves, we can invest in their training, in their growth, particularly around the capabilities around child safety, child protection, and everything to do with ensuring that we provide a high quality care. Significant churn, as you can imagine, Senator, does not allow both us and the educators to develop that capability. So retention is paramount. And of course, pay is one of those elements by which attracts people to the sector and keeps people within the sector. It is not the only one. We believe, as we've demonstrated through our data points of significantly increasing retention in our settings at G8, the educators also appreciate many other things. And one of the very things that are high on the agenda of educators in early childhood is professional development, by which we provide a lot of support. Conditions, the culture, the environment, the settings, and then that wraparound support also becomes really important.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence today. If you have taken questions on notice, if you could please return those to the Secretariat by Tuesday, the 11th of March 2026. I now welcome representatives from Family Daycare Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. Andrew Patterson, Chief Executive Officer of Family Daycare Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Farrell, General Manager, Advocacy and Engagement, Family Daycare Australia.
Thank you. I invite you to make a short opening statement. If your statement is longer, I'm happy for you to table that statement. And at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. I'd like to acknowledge traditional owners of lands on which we're meeting today and to pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Thank you for the opportunity to appear. My name is Andrew Patterson. I'm the CEO of Family Daycare Australia, or FDCA. FDCA is the national peak body for family daycare in Australia. Our membership represents upwards of 90% of the family daycare sector, that being approximately 9,000 educators and 350 approved services nationally. Family daycare is an approved early childhood education and care type. Like centre-based care, it operates under the same regulatory and quality framework and attracts Commonwealth Government subsidies. But FDC family daycare is not a scaled-down version of centre-based care. It is a structurally distinct model. Qualified educators operate as small business contractors from their own homes under the oversight and support of an approved service. This dual-laid governance structure creates a different risk and quality profile, a differentiated cost structure and regulatory interface. Policy and regulation must recognise this distinction. Family daycare inherently benefits from small group settings and strong educator-child-parent relationships. With a maximum of 4 children under school age and a consistent educator, relational safety and quality are structural strengths of the model. FTCA supports the paramountcy of child safety, the regulatory framework and the majority of recent strengthened reforms. However, regulation must be proportionate, evidence-based and calibrated to risk. Applying a centre-based compliance logic to a home-based model risks creating regulatory burden without corresponding safety benefit. Policymakers must pursue a regulatory system that is streamlined, integrated and efficient, not a patchwork of duplicative tasks that redirect time, energy and resources away from educating and caring for children. We're deeply concerned about the cumulative administrative load, which is becoming unsustainable. Since the introduction of the childcare package, approved family daycare services have declined by about 27% and educator numbers by around 40%. Demand has not fallen, viability has. We're losing some of our oldest and most established services. Our membership data shows that administrative burden as a result of significant regulatory creep is the core reason for the vast majority of educators exiting the sector over recent years. Compliance must remain strong, but when regulatory load outpaces capacity, the result is attrition. Attrition reduces safe, regulated care choices for families. Turning quickly to funding and remuneration. Apart from service staff, family daycare is not an employee model, it is an independent contractor model. The hub and spoke structure has not been adequately reflected in funding, remuneration and workforce support systems. These gaps sit at the core of increasing viability strain and diminishing capacity to support children and families. The lower childcare subsidy hourly rate cap for family daycare is inequitable, a position we've held since its inception in 2018 and recognised by the ACCC and Productivity Commission. And while this matter is in scope of the Service Delivery Price Project, an interim adjustment is urgently required. In short, this discrepancy either significantly hamstrings an educator's earning capacity or inequitably leads to a greater out-of-pocket expense for families. The combination of rising administrative burden and inadequate funding has triggered a diminishing viability cycle. This places significant strain on the capacity of the approved service to fulfil their important co-regulatory function, including induction, training, support, monitoring and oversight of educators. That function underpins safety and quality and it must be properly supported. Finally, on access, equity and choice. For many families, family daycare is their option of choice. For many others, it is their only choice. Family daycare disproportionately serves regional and remote communities, areas of socio-economic disadvantage, families requiring non-standard hours, and culturally and linguistically diverse households and children from refugee backgrounds. It provides the vast majority of regulated overnight and weekend care in Australia. Outside of long daycare, family daycare is the only other mainstream approved early childhood education care type in this country. Without family daycare, there is no meaningful choice, and without choice, universal access does not exist. I reiterate our endorsement of the paramountcy of child safety and as a foundational principle of Australia's ECEC system. However, safety, quality, viability and access are interdependent and weakening one ultimately weakens them all. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today and we look forward to assisting the committee further.
Thank you. You cite and have just noted family daycare's provision of non-standard hours and regional remote coverage.
Yep.
From a family perspective, what is lost when family daycare supply contracts? What are you seeing and what funding levers do you believe would most directly stabilise that supply with a particular lens on the remote and regional communities?
Yeah, sure. We know that when family daycare disappears from remote and regional communities, families are more often than not left without any formal care arrangements at all, and are often forced to turn to informal care arrangements. If we go to the extreme of rural environments, children being looked after by family members who are working on a farm, for example. In terms of funding levers, I would start by saying that a broad sweeping adjustment to the childcare subsidy rate for family daycare is critical. It supports the family daycare system on the whole. And we've also advocated for a very long time that there should be particular loadings applied to regional, rural and remote areas and to non-standard hours provision.
Thank you. You call for compliance mechanisms that don't unintentionally undermine family daycare viability. What are the key or top compliance settings that currently create the most burden for family daycare, and what would you believe needs to be changed first to ensure the viability of family daycare?
Sure. I think we have seen the accumulation of regulatory burden over probably a decade, probably more specifically over the last 12 months. We've seen a period of where the volume and the pace of regulatory reform has been unprecedented. So I would say perhaps more than a particular element of regulation or compliance, that it is a compounding.
It's like an increased ongoing burden.
Increased ongoing burden. And I think also it's probably important to say that the efficiencies of the systems, the integration and interactions between the various systems by which a service remains compliant is not nearly as efficient as it could be. And I think, as we look to upcoming and current reforms like the Educator Register, mandatory child safety training, what we need to focus on is the removal of duplication, of data entry, of the various points at which information needs to be stored, captured, reported. I think they're the types of things where we can see some good gains around administrative burden.
Okay, and just noting that you're seeing that there is duplication or repetition of compliance work that is probably unnecessary.
Yeah, look, I think the inherent nature of the Commonwealth and state and territory obligations under family assistance law and national law and the National Quality Framework and Standards, there is an inherent element of duplication, I suppose. You need a working with children check for your family assistance law. You need it for the national law. So and where they're stored and how they're monitored and reported. I think that we should be taking an aspirational view around the way that these systems, laws and regulatory frameworks intersect, because if we just keep piling on to the service, it distracts from the service's roles and functions around core functions, core business around early education and care for children.
Sure, thank you. You recommend strengthening CCS payment integrity and compliance, including exploring digital solutions to close loopholes. What integrity gaps are you most concerned about, and what solutions would protect children without overburdening legitimate educators?
Sure. We have, our sector was unfortunately exposed to a period of childcare subsidy non-compliance. There's been an enormous amount of work with the Commonwealth Government over half a decade to address the key loopholes. We are currently doing a project called the Capability Trial with the Commonwealth Government, which among a number of key streams includes what's called a digital validation of attendance, whereby using a digital interface, we're able to geolocate a child on site to validate attendance for a legitimate session of care that trial has been going really well, really good feedback from the sector, but also from parents as well. And if we look to sort of moving forward, I'll come back to this issue of system integration, where those systems work in tandem with third-party childcare CCS administration systems. If we can get a more seamless integration across those systems, we can get better integrity, but we can reduce administrative burden.
Thank you. I'll just rotate the call now. Senator Murray-Smith.
Oh, sorry, Senator, we can't hear you.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's been a long time since 2020 and we're still struggling with that mute button. But thank you for joining us today. Look, the Chair covered a number of my questions regarding the well-documented instances of fraud that we saw in the sector over the last decade. I understand you've done a lot of work with the Commonwealth Government on that. But can you tell us how regulation of quality and safety in family daycare works currently, given this is a service that takes place in people's homes?
Yeah, sure. So the regulatory framework, the way in which regulators regulate family daycare, the regulatory framework is exactly the same. The way in which family daycare is regulated is effectively the same, but there is an obligation on the family daycare service. We often state that the family daycare approved service, if you like, the head office or the hub, has a really important co-regulatory function to monitor, support and oversee its educators. So a service may have 20, 30, 50 educators that are registered with that service. Regulators will conduct their assessment and ratings processes through the family daycare service and onto educators. They don't necessarily visit all educators, but there will be a sample. But regulators frequently do unannounced visits to services and educators' homes in the same way that they would to like a long day care centre, for example.
Okay, thank you. There's been a bit of discussion through the hearings of this committee so far and also externally on the validity of government extending the CCS or support subsidies to other models of unregulated care. So, for instance, care by nannies within the home or by grandparents. Just curious, you've got a different model to long day care, but still a highly regulated model. What you might see is the quality and safety issues or risks that might emerge in these unsupervised and unregulated environments.
Yeah, sure. My view is it would be a significant step backwards given the incredible amount of work that's been done to shore up, develop and essentially have what is a world-leading quality and safety early education system that within it has a degree of flexibility and choice for families. My view would be that we should be looking far more closely at what are the capabilities and capacities that exist within the system as it stands now, rather than stepping outside of a system and opening the door to, quality and safety and payment integrity risk when there's been so much work done and there is so much capacity within the existing framework to extend, flexibility and choice for families.
Yeah, that issue of pay integrity was going to be the next question I asked you. I don't know if you want to expand on that further, in particular, given your sector's experience of some of the risks that can be involved as well.
Yeah, look, I guess to reiterate my point, if we step outside the existing frameworks and the safety, the guardrails that are put in place, you literally open the door to a whole new set of fraudsters who will manipulate the system. We see that people follow government money. They move from one sector to another and manipulate the new loopholes that exist when funding becomes available. And I think that would be a system that doesn't have an established... Family daycare has been around for 40 years. there's a very strong, very established framework. You're stepping outside of a system that has any sort of regulatory framework whatsoever. I think it would be fraught with risk.
Thank you. And just before I hand over the call, just a shout out to your family daycare educators. I know they often get missed in the conversations around the role of early educators in a child's life. They do really important work. So I just wanted to acknowledge that before I pass the call on. And
I thank you very much for that. It's so true, and it is hugely appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you so much, and I will add my thanks and acknowledgement on top of Marielle's for the work that your educators do. You've also referred to something called a centre-based logic in our regulatory processes that undermine safety or viability in family daycare. Can you expand on this, including any specific examples that you'd like to get onto the record?
Sure. I probably should just clarify that I'm not saying that the regulatory and quality assessment frameworks undermine quality and safety in family daycare per se. They may not always necessarily reflect quality and safety in the family daycare context. We support the quality and regulatory frameworks. It's just that when a centre-based lens is applied to a model that is fundamentally different, it is often very difficult for quality to be reflected in the same way that it is in a centre-based service. By way of specific example, when a ratings and assessment visit happens in a centre-based context, it is a single location. The correspondence and engagement is often through management and senior staff. When it happens in a family daycare context, and they're given a notice period, the family daycare service is given a notice period at times, and this varies between ratings assessments and between jurisdictions. The educator is advised on the day. Now, the extent to that educator has their 4 children in care on the day, and the extent to which that individual family daycare educator can articulate their reflective practice, their programming, the overall broader governance of the organisation is vastly different to a senior manager or a coordinator in a long daycare service. So it's really just the way in which the lens is applied. A family daycare home doesn't necessarily look like a centre. If we take the continuum of say your biggest, shiniest, most wonderful looking long daycare service to somebody's home, that they're different. They look different. That doesn't inherently mean that one is better quality than the other. And in some cases, we see the opposite.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose with that in mind, would you support an independent review of the National Quality Framework with a view to better including and considering the family daycare context?
That's a good question. I don't know that we necessarily need an independent review. We contracted we did an independent review piece ourselves because we were concerned about this sort of the discrepancy of the lens. It didn't find that there was an inherent bias, but it certainly highlighted some of what I've shared with you today. I think it's important for us to work through ASICRA and with the jurisdictions to ensure and have a vision towards consistency, understanding, training of authorised officers around the family daycare model, and that is work that happens now and continues, I think, into the future.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And you've talked a bit about the regulatory and administrative burden that falls on family daycare. Can you tell us any more about the impact of that and, thinking about you often being smaller, less resource providers than centre-based services? Is there anything...
Yeah, if I could, I'd like to draw an intersection between issues like the childcare subsidy fee cap, and we've banged on about this for 8 years now, so I won't miss the opportunity to do it again. But there is an intersection between viability, compliance burden, quality and safety. Viability at the educator level is around attracting and training the highest quality and calibre of staff. Viability at the service level is around the service has a very important co-regulatory function. They need to be out engaging with their educators, inducting new educators. If they don't have the resources to do it, or if those resources are distracted from those core functions into this cumulative administrative burden, you're shifting from one level of focus to another, and without adequate resources you can't do both. In the educator context, educators are caring and looking after children all day, every day. They'll often spend nights, weekends, fulfilling their compliance and regulatory obligations, documenting learning. Whereas a more adequately funded system on the whole would allow those educators to adjust their working pattern to accommodate some of that compliance and regulatory load, and an overall increase in efficiencies of the administrative burden, I think is, as I mentioned before, I think is critical.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And in relation to the safety reforms that we've seen so far, many of them aren't, I suppose, specifically about lifting quality and improving safety. I'm thinking CCTV bans, mobile phone bans, etc. Has the family daycare sector been consulted on these reforms, and do you have any other strong areas?
Yeah, absolutely. We sit on most of the stakeholder reference groups and committees across state and territory and Commonwealth, so we've certainly been consulted. Our views have been heard on many occasions throughout the process. Mobile phones as an example. A particular adaptation of that regulation to a more practical implementation at in the family daycare context. So, that is an example of good and effective engagement and consultation. And often, it's not so much the regulations themselves, but the interpretation or the implementation. We talk about the educator register. We're strong supporters of that. I think gaps in work history we can see across the sector more broadly represent risk. But the way in which that system functions and the administrative load that comes with maintaining the system, that's where I think the rubber sort of really hits the road in terms of are these adequately tailored and adapted across the different care types?
Yeah, okay, great. And just finally, on funding, you provided evidence that the lower CCS rate cap is contributing to educator exits and viability strain. Do you have a figure in mind as to what you think the hourly rate cap needs to be to make these roles more sustainable?
I think that some of that will come through the Service Delivery Price Project, which is happening now. We, I guess, advocated early on that parity with long day care should have been the starting point, and when we don't have parity from the starting point, every percentage indexation takes us further and further away. So our early position was that we felt that parity was important. The landscape's changed. We've now seen the worker retention payment brought in for the long day care sector, which has not been applied in the family daycare context, so we fall behind again. Now, we're in negotiations around that particular issue, but, in the context of the changing environment, I would suggest that we should be somewhere 10 to 15% on top of where we are now.
Terrific. Thank you so much for your time today in presenting to our inquiry.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you for your evidence today. If you have taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday, the 11th of March, 2026. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives from Playgroup Australia. Good morning. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Patricia O'Donovan, Chief Executive Officer of Playgroup Australia.
Thank you. I invite you to make a short opening statement, or if you prefer to table your statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Chair, Deputy Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important inquiry on quality and safety in Australia's early childhood education and care system. As a national peak body with a vision that every child, every family, everywhere benefits from Playgroup, we represent parents, very young children and communities. Playgroups are places where groups of young children, generally under 3 years, and their parents or carers meet regularly to play and socialise in the same setting, consequently alleviating the safety concerns that exist in the traditional early childhood education and care setting. Playgroups make a significant contribution to family wellbeing by alleviating loneliness through social support and improve early childhood development outcomes. They provide a universal soft entry point to education, identify the need for early intervention and provide information about support services. They are a safe and critical gateway that links families to services that improve outcomes for children. Early childhood education and care services are under pressure with increased numbers of serious safety incidents, decreasing staff qualification levels and an unstable workforce. This in turn creates significant pressure on families. Early childhood education and care is often also unavailable in rural and remote areas. Playgroups have extensive reach into isolated communities. Reducing pressure on the early childhood education and care workforce through expanded paid parental leave in the first 12 to 36 months and increased investment in programs that support families holistically would, in our view, improve outcomes for very young children and their families. A well-trained and empowered workforce and parent education is the key to quality and safety and effective safeguarding in early childhood education and care. Playgroups have become an informal introduction to ECEC, and many of our volunteers go on to access formal training in the sector. They bring a unique perspective and understanding of parent expectations to those roles. Playgroups also strengthen the home learning environment, the most influential factor in a child's early success, while affirming parents as their child's first and most enduring teachers. Currently, child safety in early childhood education and care is a key topic of discussion among parents during playgroup sessions. As a consequence, Playgroup Australia and its partners have developed a national child safety framework for playgroups that promotes best practice within the playgroup context. Long wait lists, thin markets in regional areas and overextended early childhood education and care services often present families with limited options, all of which could be alleviated by offering greater access to playgroups which provide similar outcomes. Research shows that children who participate in playgroups are 1.4 times as likely to start school developmentally on track, which means playgroups are as effective as preschool. It also shows that children from lower socioeconomic backgrounds and rural areas in particular benefit from playgroups. Playgroups are safe, supported environments for children and families that provide high-impact outcomes for communities across Australia. I'm happy to pause there and move to questions.
Thank you so much. You state that ECEC on its own cannot meet the diverse needs of all families and that playgroups are a proven community model. In what circumstances do you feel that playgroups add the most value for families and children, obviously, compared to formal care?
Because we include parents in the journey along with the children in those very early years, we believe that we are building parent capacity and capability at the same time while protecting the children from any other adverse circumstances that may or may not occur within an early childhood education and care setting. We would also suggest that in those very early years, attachment and relationships are key to children's very early years of development, and that playgroups enable that sort of relationship to occur. Children are also able to develop peer-to-peer relationships with children who are regular attendees at playgroup. They are also able to develop, parents are also able to develop relationships between each other and learn to have relationships, trusted relationships with other parents and families. And we see that as probably the most critical aspect and difference between the playgroup and the early childhood education and care sector, because parents are intrinsically involved in all aspects of the play and learning environment and socialisation environment there.
Thank you. You note as well that some children are directed into care that's not always developmentally appropriate, particularly their very early years. What features of playgroups better support infants and toddlers and their carers? And what outcomes should policy aim to improve, particularly in that sort of first 1 to 2, maybe even up to 3 years of life?
So playgroups are tailored specifically for the needs of the children when they attend, at whatever age stage of development they're at, so that as children grow and develop and as parents build skills, they are able to create environments that are developmentally appropriate for the children when they arrive at the playgroup session. The other aspect of that is that when children become extremely distressed from being in environments that are high stress, and often large groups create high stress environments for very small children. There is research on cortisol levels in small children being directly relating to their ability or non-ability to cope with high stress, high noise, high busyness environments. Playgroups have parents there, either their own parents or other parents, where there is a relationship that is developed where a child can be responded to very quickly when they enter a distressed state. Distressed children can't learn. They are only interested in regulating and that then impacts on their ability to learn. So the ability of playgroups to actually respond to the children who attend at the developmental level that they are at is hugely flexible. They're agile spaces that respond to parent need as well. And if there are any vulnerabilities, they can be identified early. The playgroup can be adjusted and changed to address any developmental vulnerabilities that are there. Playgroup leaders are often educated and able to support families with seeking additional services that may help them get clarity around any developmental vulnerabilities that their children may have. So they're very responsive environments that help children, that meet children where they're at and help parents to share their experiences and learn from each other.
Thank you. From a choice of care options perspective, how do you think governments should think about the 0 to 3 cohort in particular, where many families want that more proximity-based care alongside early learning supports, so they don't have to be mutually exclusive, that are safe and developmentally appropriate?
I do actually think we are a complementary sort program within the early years system. I don't think we replace anything. I think we add to what currently exists there. Our challenges include lack of venues, which we think that it would be sensible for there to be a priority around these supported environments where children and families come together. We would like to see additional access to venues and perhaps a priority around venues where families come together, perhaps on the same sites where early education and care services exist, or certainly embedded within communities, close proximity to some of those services. We know that they haven't, that in many states and territories in Australia that access to venues is increasingly challenging, so that families are having difficulties coming together, and our playgroup organisations are having difficulty because people aren't prioritising venues for these sorts of activities which allow community building, safe places for children and parents to gather, and we'd like to see that as part of the priority coming forward on that.
Thank you so much. Senator Murray-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your evidence today, and thanks for the work you do. We were big users of playgroups in my family and absolutely loved our experience in playgroup, and also really had a chance to appreciate the role of playgroup educators in helping build those connections and links between parents, grandparents and children in those early years. And I guess that's what I was hoping you might expand on for us. I mean, what is the role of playgroup in really strengthening those carer to child relationships, and what is its role in that critical part of early childhood development which comes through play and connection? So our role is changing. Look, playgroups have been around forever, and thank you for acknowledging your use. That's what we find everywhere, that every time we mention playgroups, almost everyone who has had the experience of young children has utilised a playgroup at some point in their parenting journey. More and more we're finding that playgroups are being used as a place for parents to gather, children to gather. Our role in that is changing, that we are also delivering an educative role. So in some instances, I can cite the ACT playgroups have a 10-minute session at the beginning of every session now that is about child safety for parents, and they cover off on a number of things like safe relationships, what does a safe venue look like. You know, it's more than a first aid kit and soft fall under a climbing equipment. So it is generally talking to parents about, you know, what does a safe environment look like now? Generally we do see children under 3, but when parents are looking for an early childhood education and care service for their children, we also do a lot of education around, they have no idea what to look for, and we often will do use your 5 senses to identify 10 safety things in a childcare centre, and we and what does good quality care look like. So we may highlight things like, you know, go in there, smell. Does it smell okay? You know, that sort of thing. Does it sound okay? How many crying children are there? And a lot of people say, but aren't crying children part of a part of an early childhood education and care service? A quality service will have children that are responded to in a timely manner, which will reduce the amount of noise that's going on in the service. We also talk to them about vision panels, that are they covered with children's art, or can you see? Is there good supervision going on there? Can you see in all aspects of the service? Are the carers responding to the children? So more and more and more parents are coming to playgroups and going, well, you know, how will we know what looks good, what good quality care looks like, what does safety look like? And we are training our playgroup, many volunteers, but also playgroup leaders to provide information around that to parents who are increasingly concerned. As we know, 1 in 10, I think it's around 1 in 10 parents are pulling their children out of early childhood education and care, and the increased pressure on playgroups, which are not funded in the same way any of these organisations are funded, is starting to really place a lot of pressure on both our venues and our playgroup workers, volunteers that are in those venues. Thank you. Yeah, well, look, I mean, I think you play a really important role in early childhood development and connection, but it's a very different role to long daycare, in that largely, you know, children attend with their parents or their grandparents or a caregiver. But there's also supported playgroups, and there's playgroups which are targeted at connection and early childhood development for particular parts of our community who might sometimes have other vulnerabilities or less access to support. Can you talk us through some of those types of services and where where playgroup plays a role?
Okay, yes, you're right. There are a number of different types of playgroups. So by and large, there are two. There is a community-based playgroup which generally pops up like a mushroom in response to community needs. So that is community-led, often volunteer-led, and our playgroup organisations respond to supporting them set up a quality playgroup. We also have facilitated playgroups which can cover off on a particular area of need. They are generally led by somebody with either early childhood qualifications, social work qualifications, maternal, child and family health qualifications. They can also be led by occupational therapists or speech therapists, depending upon what the need of the service is. We've also set up trauma-informed playgroup services for families that work with within the child protection system. Now, where we have those sorts of things, we are often conduits to additional early childhood services or early services for children where we can identify developmental vulnerability and refer on. So parents who don't really understand that, what that world looks like, we become the referral pathway often to say these are the organisations you should or could contact to get some help for your family or your child. So playgroups have extensive knowledge of their jurisdictional pathways into good supports for families where there are children demonstrating developmental vulnerability, parents who are in desperate need of support and care themselves, and where we have specific needs and things identified, we can also provide a more specific support by inviting organisations in. Examples of that include ACT playgroups partner with the University of Canberra, their allied health section and their occupational therapy students go and do a placement in ACT playgroups. They write and create programs, connect in with families to support children's development. We also have the same model happening in South Australia, where the University of South Australia provides social work students in to do their placements in playgroups. So they offer community benefits beyond just a place for parents and children and grandparents to come to. They have a much broader role now, I think, in providing opportunities for students or areas of allied health sort of services to understand what families need and connect in with that. Interestingly enough, playgroups do not qualify as a placement for an early childhood education and care trainee worker, which in my view, it would provide a perfect opportunity for these workers to understand families, family dynamics, family needs, and what families would like to see in care for their children. So it does offer a unique perspective in that way, and we are pursuing that at this time around workforce, because early playgroups offer also opportunities to grow workforce. A lot of people who work in playgroups or volunteer in playgroups will also move into an early childhood education and care role, and they bring a unique perspective to that as well.
Thank you. I think I've got one more question before I need to rotate. So I just wanted to ask you, why is play so important in the early years?
Play is what interests children. For them to learn, they actually have to be allowed to play. They get joy from play. Parents develop relationships through play. Children develop relationships through play. Every single part of the developmental domains is touched through play experiences. So we know that physical play will build their muscles for small and large motor skills. We know language is developed through play, and language by and large is a mirror to the brain. So we know that the cognitive milestones that they can achieve can be expressed through their language, the problem solving, that turn-taking, waiting, socialisation, all the things that sit on those AEDC testing will be improved if children have really rich play environments that are built around play experiences that are age appropriate for them to engage in.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you very much and for joining us. Your submission highlights University of South Australia analysis of AEDC data showing children who attend playgroup are significantly more likely to be developmentally on track, and even more so when combined with preschool. I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about this mixed early years ecosystem that's talked about, and what you think needs to change in terms of policy settings or funding models to promote a mixed model of early learning.
I think in my submission, I think we only referenced the two things, which was that if they attend playgroups, they're 1.4 times as likely to commence school developmentally on track when combined, and which is exactly the same causal factor as preschool. When you combine it with preschool, it's 1.7 times as likely to start school developmentally on track. There is also, and I'd have to take it on notice to give you the accurate figure around when you long day care have a negative result on that, so I can provide what that looks like. Hence, we would say that possibly an early childhood education and care environment for a child under 3 is not optimal, that we need much more flexibility in those very early years to build family capability while acknowledging parents firstly as agents of change in their children's lives, as the only enduring facilitator and teacher across the lifespan of any child that they have. And we would be seeking more flexibility in those very early years for children under the age of 3, where we don't believe long day care is really an optimal environment to achieve the outcomes required. Does that answer your question, or do I need to expand?
That's fine, thank you. And your submission refers to choice often being constrained by availability and wait lists in formal ECEC. Do you think that are you saying that you don't think the current CCS is currently fit for purpose, if we think about what you just said and the need for a mixed model?
The current ECEC system, I don't think it's flexible enough to really actually assist children and parents to in those very, very early years. I think we need a change in the very, very early years. I don't think funneling very young children into care situations that are not proven to be effective for their optimal development is a sensible policy approach. I think we need much more flexibility in those first 3 years around parental leave, around the care choices that we offer, and that should broaden more about can you perhaps employ a family member to look after your child, or at least choose a person to look after your own child if you don't want your child in large group settings when they're under 3 years of age.
Thank you. And sorry if this is in your submission, but if not, could you include some evidence that does talk about it not being optimal, that early years formal setting? Can you, if there's anything additional you can provide on notice around that?
I'll definitely provide the additional information on that for you.
I appreciate that, because I'm seeing information coming in from both sides. It's great to hear that you support the National Commission to give clearer national leadership. How do you think such a body would work across all childhood settings, including playgroups?
I think it would be able to perhaps compartmentalise needs and needs across policy settings as well as needs in service delivery in a different way, rather than clumping everything in together, so that you can actually look at what is developmentally appropriate at each age and stage, and how things can be adjusted, changed, adapted to meet the needs of very young children and their families. Whereas at this point in time, if we've only got an early childhood education and care setting, that is pretty much a one-size-fits-all, and the people who don't want to go into that one-size-fits-all are left to fend for themselves in a system that doesn't provide them with any funding support or other support options. It's not optimal, and I think an early years commission would be able to consider those needs in a much more responsive way, age stage appropriate for both parents and children in the very early years.
Thank you for your time today. I have no further questions.
Thank you. I just have a quick follow-up question based on the questions from Senator Smith and Senators Hodgins-May. Talking about the different types of playgroup environments, there's been some interest recently in the multi-generational playgroups. Can you give us some insights on that and how that is operating? And obviously that is often unpaid care from grandparents, I'm assuming, and sort of what sort of age groups are they in? Are they sort of in the 0 to 1 cohort, 1 to 2, 2 to 3? Also referencing your comments in relation to the appropriateness of centre-based or institutional centre-based care for children as being the primary care model.
So with there are two things there that I think are separate. There is the intergenerational playgroups, which are actually happening in aged care facilities where we can manage that. They're very resource intensive. I think most people will have seen the show on the television, which was aged care for 4-year-olds, I think it was called, where you find that you're able to get this intergenerational interaction within aged care facilities or in some instances community settings where seniors come to a particular setting and interact with children. They don't necessarily bring the children there. Those services, those types of services are facilitated by playgroup coordinators and playgroup facilitators. It is different but beneficial both across both generations or across all generations, because often you'll find the great-grandparent, the grandparent, the mother, the child, or the father and the child are all coming to those settings. Then we also have lots and lots of playgroups where grandparents are bringing children to the playgroup because the parents are working. So increasingly we are providing social benefits to those generations as well. They have brought their own child and now they're bringing their grandchild into the playgroup. They bring lots of knowledge that they share across the generations because there's lots of young parents who come. And then we also have family playgroups that run on weekends where families come, and we have lots of dads that come to those playgroups, grandfathers come to those playgroups as well. So it's building skill and relationships across generations through play, really, because they're very informal, fairly joyous settings.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your time today, and thank you for your evidence. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday, the 11th of March 2026. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from the Productivity Commission. Good morning.
Good morning.
The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Thank you. Martin Stokey, Commissioner, Productivity Commission.
Miriam Weissman-Apter, Assistant Commissioner, Productivity Commission.
Thank you. I invite you to make a short opening statement, or if you prefer to table it. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. We don't have any specific opening comment other than we made a submission late last year, and also our inquiry into early childhood education and care was published in September, I think, in 2024, thereabouts. It was handed to the government in mid-2024. It was an 18-month inquiry. There's lots of material in there. I'm sure it's piqued a lot of interest, and we're happy to take any questions on the report.
Thank you so much. The Productivity Commission found that a cohort of services continues to fail the National Quality Standard year after year, despite the regulatory framework being in place. From a safety perspective, what is going wrong in enforcement that allows substandard services to remain open for so long?
Well, there's perhaps a couple aspects to that. One, what we were able to see from the data and the compliance information that's available at the time when we were looking at this is that there were degrees of working towards or needs improvement, etc., relative to the National Quality Framework. Many of those services, when they were then retested and reassessed, they were meeting the standard. There were a small number of proprietors and services that weren't, and there might have been a range of reasons. Some of that might have been the availability of resources. They might have been in remote and regional areas, and it's difficult sometimes to meet the quotas or the ratios in terms of staff. Could have been around the services themselves and their viability. And in a very, very small number, that might have been just continued willful ignoring of the expectations in the sector. I suspect also a part of that was one of the things that led us to some of our recommendations is that the level of oversight and regulatory compliance effort was not what we would have expected or liked to have seen at the time. And so there were long periods of time in between assessments from the regulators at the state level, and so maybe there was a sense perhaps of, well, we can not comply, etc. But to be fair, it's a very, very small portion of the sector as a whole, and so it's not representative. And that performance gap, so to speak, has been declining over, as in is all the sector as a whole has been getting better and increasingly achieving the standard and expectations of the National Quality Framework. There remains to be still a number of services to close that gap.
Sure. And just so for my understanding then, because my next question relates to that working towards group, is it possible then that that working towards group, even though they haven't achieved the standard that they should be at, that they are not being assessed annually or regularly, and that could be a number of years between assessments, so that's why they're working towards for a number of years, because that hasn't changed?
Possibly. Our sense was that the majority of those that we're working towards were relatively new services. Yeah, so it was the first time when the quality assurance process had come through and they were found to be wanting in something. They didn't have the right instrument, they didn't have, as in they didn't have the right policy, they perhaps didn't have all of the equipment that they needed and were expected to have. And so in some respects it's perhaps a teething issue of a growing sector. So from the time that we last looked at the sector in 2012, 13, thereabouts, the number of places has grown by 50%. And so at some level you're perhaps not surprising that the first time round they didn't quite get it right. When the inspections came back and the quality assessments came through, most of them and almost all of them had actually managed to close that. And from a supportive role of the oversight and the inspection, that's what you'd hope and what you'd like to see. There are some though that still haven't come up to speed, and that's continued use of waivers, either in staff ratios or qualifications, etc., and unique circumstances which just seem to persist that we would have wanted to see. Some of the jurisdictions tended to prioritise the non-performance or the underperformance, perhaps, of against the quality standard. And I went back and looked at our review, and not to single out any particular jurisdiction, but South Australia has a very long or had a very long period of time between inspections in some areas, but in fact had probably one of the shortest periods of time to go back and inspect those services that had been assessed to be working towards or needs improvement. So they were prioritising what limited resources they had to the areas of greatest need.
Yeah. So they were on top of the ones that weren't quite where they should be, and
to the extent
others,
that they had the resources. And again, that's not a South Australia specific question, it's actually all of the jurisdictions, which is what we found, is that there was insufficient resources going to the regulators across the board in order to provide the level of oversight that we would have expected. So we would have expected to have much more regular inspections, much more real-time type engagement, a greater level of parental knowledge of the rating of the service and or participation in that process. Some parents, like if they're many years, their children might have come in and left the service over a 2, 3, 4 year period, and that service may not have actually been inspected at all in that time frame.
So noting your comments around that many of the centres that were rated working towards were relatively new, do you have any information or insights on how long it actually took them, how long it takes a new centre to sort of get up to speed, for want of a better description?
That's a good question. I might give a sort of general answer, as my colleague might want to have a think about it. Most of those are inspected early on because they can't become qualified and access the CCS and other things until they're approved. That would be a priority area for an assessment against the National Quality Framework, but that might take a year, a little bit longer. And then the follow-up, usually, at least in my understanding, is closer to a year after that. But we can take our notes and go back over our notes to just work through what did we hear. And to be fair, we finished in mid-24. We were engaging with people in 23, 24, so it may well be since that time some of the regulators have changed their behaviours or actions and had more resources, and so that time frame may not be as relevant anymore. But there's a modest period of time, and I think it's a balancing act between there is clearly, and we found still, a level of families and children who aren't able to access early childhood education and care for a range of reasons, and one of those reasons is availability. There just isn't enough services and places in the right areas. So it doesn't matter if there's a place vacant in Perth, if you're in regional New South Wales, it has to be properly matched. Some of the services don't cater well for the needs of the children, as in special needs or inclusion support or culturally appropriate. Some of it's not affordable, and that was another area we looked at. And so there was an issue there around growing the services over time and allowing that to come through and still provide for the children and for the parents who have clear needs and expectations around what support they can access.
Sure. Did you look at the structural constraints, like the requirement, for a child to take the place for the entire day, and it might actually just be, the parent might not require the whole day, they might need 3/4 of a day, particularly with those centres that are extending their days from 10 hours to 12 hours and parents might only need 9?
Yeah. What we found is that on average, it might be a 10 or 12 hour long day care centre, but parents were using it for about half of that time on average. So some would take the flexibility that a long day care centre had and then work their lives around how that meant from either their working period or other commitments that they may have. But they weren't using, in the majority of cases, or at least on the average, children weren't attending. There will be some that are, because that's just the nature of the commitments and the needs for those families, but the majority or the average child was spending, I think, around 5 to 6 hours in long day care centre rather than... But equally, they might come very early in the morning, or they might come late in the morning. They leave early in the afternoon or late in the evening. And so the long day care was one that's particularly appealing to parents and flexibility. parents still need to pay for, even though they're not using it, but the service needs to be available in case they are, and that's the combination between the CCS arrangement and parents' co-contribution to the extent that that they do actually pay.
Sure, thank you. And my last question before I rotate. The Commission made clear that the regulatory oversight in the sector has not kept pace with the size and complexity of the sector. What are the practical risks if governments expand access and funding more quickly than regulators' ability to monitor, investigate and enforce standards? And, you know, ultimately, if we're saying the framework is not fit for purpose, should we really be expanding it before it is?
I don't know, Miriam, you might have a comment after me, but one of the things we look quite extensively around the world at different models when we were doing our inquiry. We looked at the Canadian model, and it gets a lot of press, particularly around its fixed price component. When it was first introduced in Quebec, it was incredibly popular, as you quite could imagine. But in order to meet the expectations and demands of parents, it exploded in terms of availability, but the quality went significantly down. Australia has the National Quality Framework. It's very proud of that. It's tried to, as best it can, to grow the sector in line with that quality framework. There are clearly continue to be challenges. It's getting better, and there are some extreme, egregious examples of breaches, which is no doubt part of the reason for this inquiry in the first place. And they're the sorts of things that will alarm everybody, including ourselves, as matters that need to be properly addressed. But expanding too quickly without the proper oversight runs the risk that quality for all children starts to decline. It runs the risk that the sector can't cope with the expansion and growth. And in contrast, even though we have a different model to Quebec or parts of Canada, and certainly from a funding point of view, we've been able to grow the sector with an improving level of quality and capability of the service. It's not where it needs to be. The thing that we did see and we did comment on is that there isn't an overarching regulatory oversight. So no doubt you would have heard from a range of parties, both in sector but in regulators, and they'll all have their respective area. There isn't one party that has an overarching sense, a sort of umbrella view of the sector as a whole to see systemic issues, the type of issues that no doubt would have led to this commencement of this inquiry, and therefore who's taking a national and holistic view for children and for families. We wanted to centre the child in this, but equally families important of centering those outcomes, and which is why we suggested the creation of an Early Childhood Education and Care Commission around that governance as a whole, because specific areas can do their part really, really well, but it's either hard, given our federation, or it's hard because of their remit to actually take a whole of sector view and form a view and comment and champion on behalf of children and families.
Thank you so much. Senator Murray-Smith.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for joining us today. I know the Productivity Commission, in doing your work, looked at a whole range of models around the world for funding and supporting early childhood care and development. Ultimately, your recommendations, and I hope this is a fair summary, came up with a model which left CCS in place, but with an extension of funding for low-income families as a recommendation, and then additional targeted investments in supply-side funding as well. I was just hoping you could speak us through that research work and why ultimately you found that those supply-side models were the best model in Australia?
Thank you for the question. It's an ongoing and policy area of discussion, no doubt. There's an interplay of a series of elements here. One, we suggested that there are particular areas in Australia where potentially the funding through a CCS arrangement probably isn't the best arrangement. And so the remote and regional areas, the childcare arrangements in those probably need to be direct funded. the government, since our inquiries, as you know, put out a policy in and around supporting the expansion of and the building of early childhood education and care services in perhaps, for lack of a better description, that's often described as thin markets in that sense. We found that the children who are not coming, so the ones that we think that would benefit the most from early childhood education and care are not coming for a range of reasons, of which funding is one of those. Affordability from a parent's point of view is a critical issue, and they happen to be in the lower socioeconomic cohorts. They also happen to be in areas where there are insufficient availability of services, and for a number of them the type of service isn't necessarily well catered to their children's needs. So they might be children with additional needs, whether that be through the relatively limited inclusion and support program, or it might be culturally appropriate or inappropriate, or not catering for their expectations and requirements. We recommended sticking with the CCS. It was probably and we had a long conversation. We've got lots of discussion in our work around alternative models. We included alternative models, including a flat fee arrangement not dissimilar to the Quebec model, and that's in our workings. We included a 90% subsidy rate, which was in fact the original impetus for part of the impetus for our review. Our terms of reference got expanded to a much broader perspective around early childhood education and care, which was excellent because we think that's what's needed. We think that the expanded approach in the CCS, which is why we recommended this, but we did include these other options, is it targets directly to those families who currently aren't coming. The flat fee would tend to move a lot of money to families who are already attending, and our modelling work showed that they wouldn't necessarily increase the level of work or increase the level of participation from children. And worse is if we didn't build out the services fast enough, they might move to crowd out those children and families who we actually do wish to target, who are the current ones who are being excluded. So we thought that this was perhaps the least confronting or challenging way to deliver a level of early childhood education and care. Our recommendations are not the only recommendations that are valid and reasonable, and lived experience in Canada and elsewhere shows that there are other models. They do have consequences and challenges and costs and all the rest of it. They can work, and we thought that this was going to be perhaps a level of reform across the board that could be relatively easily accommodated. We ended up drawing on, I think, what was at the time the draft early years framework that the government had put out, which talked about early childhood education and care should be within the means of all families. And so we thought that a tapered and tailored approach which targets the subsidies very much to the low-income families, and that's, in fact, the 90% subsidy rate would be around the 50 to 60% of all families, and then it would taper away as families earn close to $550,000 or thereabouts per annum. That's when it starts to taper off, and that would be, in our view, a reasonable balance in, even though our terms of reference didn't ask us to do this, we interpreted what we thought might be a reasonable or affordable. It talked about affordability, what did we think, and it was not just affordability for parents, but equally affordability from a broader taxpayer community perspective. We think families who are missing out because they can't afford it is the primary focus and in importance. If I went back to the earlier point around the number of places grew by about 50% in the last 10 years. Our estimate to get to 3 days a week, which is what we think is broadly an appropriate target. It's not a maximum, it's a sort of a minimum expectation to be for all families to have that choice. That would require another 15% of places to grow over where we were in 2024. It's just that those places aren't in places where they are now. So it's not just adding an additional room to an existing childcare centre, it's building a whole new one in an area that doesn't exist now, or expanding into growth areas where communities are moving to and young families are living, and so it's catering for the needs as they grow. I don't know, Miriam, if you want.
Sorry, was there someone adding something there? I was just going to take you back a step in your evidence.
Sure.
You've spoken, I think, really eloquently now around how we can ensure that those children who stand to gain the most from participation in early childhood are able to access it. But can you just talk us through what you found about the benefits of participation in early childhood, particularly for those children who might have additional vulnerabilities or come from disadvantaged areas? But what's the why here, and why does it matter that we expand access to those children?
Yeah. We did, I think, probably one of the most comprehensive reviews of the relevant literature. It's the appendix in our inquiry, and I'd encourage you to have a look. We deliberately...
I have, but we'll continue.
Well, there's a lot in there. We deliberately tried to highlight and we put a lot more weight on the studies that were causal. So the sort of studies that you could have much greater reliance on, the participation in early childhood education and care leads to a causal benefit in children's lives as they progress through life. Now, Australia hasn't been tracking in the longitudinal studies as long as some of the other jurisdictions, and there are challenges in taking a study from Norway or Germany or the US and inferring that into Australia and saying, oh, well, we're the same and therefore we'll get those same benefits. But there are significant literature there, some showing that the benefits contrast, that they may not always be there present. And but in the main, we concluded from that study that early childhood education and care was beneficial to children, which is why we recommended a minimum of three days a week. 3 days a week came from a view, well, that's the average of what children are currently participating in, and where parents are voting with their feet and saying, well, that's what we would at least like to have. And so for those children who weren't there, we wanted to at least bring them up. And so that was an equalisation view in our view. The benefits get more pronounced the older the child, between 0 to 5. So as we progress for 3 and 4-year-olds, 0 to 3, there's mixed studies. And probably the conclusion would be that early childhood education and care can be significantly beneficial relative to the alternative environment in which those children are growing up. So particularly for different cohorts where they might come from troubled environments, or that they might need additional support, or they wish to have parents are happy to engage and have play-based, group-based, peer learning and development, it's incredibly advantageous. And the studies show over long periods of time that this improves both readiness for school, better school performance, better completion of schooling outcomes, better employment outcomes, better partnered arrangements in life. They have family, they're out of the justice system. There is a multitude over a very long period of time that this is an incredibly worthwhile investment in their children and the community's contribution, and it's more compelling at 4 to 5-year-olds, less so at 0 to 3.
Thank you. I think it's really important to get that on the record. I didn't ask you about productivity. It's kind of in the title, and I think all of that evidence is really clear. But I did just want to ask you one last question on that, is that did you look at the impact on productivity of expanding the CCS to those unregulated care models like grandparents, nannies or au pairs? And if you did, what did you find in terms of productivity? And also I'm just interested in if you identified any fiscal risks in those approaches.
We didn't, partly because we were looking at the framework under the National Quality Framework. So unless the expectation under those models was that the nanny or the au pair was also going to be qualified to the educator level, teacher level, then it was outside of our sphere. It's not something that's precluded now. There are people if they can afford to hire a nanny or have grandparents. Not everybody has those choices, and but we narrowed our focus to very much around the quality framework and the early childhood education and care sector itself. We extended into aspects of family daycare, and you heard that earlier. There's probably more parallels with what you're talking about with family daycare. There are considerable issues of concern around integrity and fraud that was present, and that might be an issue going forward if that was going to be thought through. How you manage that, it's manageable, but it has to be managed. And then it's around, for us, it was centring the child in a learning environment and a play-based learning environment with peers, etc. It's not to say we didn't recommend that early childhood education and care is mandatory. We wanted parents to have choices around what they wish to do, and nannies, grandparents are an integral part of, or particularly grandparents and extended family and friends are integral part of raising children. The playgroups that you heard about earlier are another one, and preschool arrangements that are run by the state. There is a multitude of different services. Our ambition was to ensure that all of those services, to the extent we weren't talking about nannies and grandparents, but at least accommodated the parents' needs and choices, which is why, for instance, we recommended that the CCS be accommodating of preschools to have almost a wraparound service of 0 to 5, so that preschools are only 15 hours a week or 60 hours a year, only for the school term and only school hours. That doesn't work for most families, and so we were suggesting that if they're going to a dedicated preschool, that at least you have a wraparound service. Potentially the nannies and grandparents is an alternative way to think about it. It doesn't immediately strike me that it fits within a national quality framework. It's probably more a care perspective than it is around early education and care, but we were about accommodating all various options as best we could. I don't know, Miriam.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for joining us today. In your 2024 report, you recommended an ECEC commission, which you touched on in an earlier response. How specifically do you think that this commission would support quality and safety and address workforce challenges?
Well, both could potentially be part of the remit of the commission. It's to be seen whether the government wishes to take up that option and what scope it would have. There isn't currently enough oversight or an agency that has responsibility for looking at those issues, particularly systemic issues across the board. So we will do a review, you're doing a review. These are relatively ad hoc, important pieces of work, but ideally you'd want to institutionalise that overarching capacity to look at the sector as a whole. So its ability to potentially highlight areas where, for argument's sake, one jurisdiction wasn't providing the necessary resources, or there was an emerging systemic issue in one jurisdiction that needed to be addressed in all other jurisdictions, or if it was staffing issues, that they could call that out. So if we had, for argument's sake, I know jurisdictions offering sign-on bonuses to poach teachers and educators from one jurisdiction to the next, which might work for that jurisdiction, but in fact creates a systemic challenge and problem across the board nationally. And as a national government and a national approach, it's that beggar the neighbour approach is probably not something that is ideal. There's an ability for that commission potentially also to think about ongoing continuous improvement. Is the national quality framework and the various components within each of those frameworks, do they remain valid? Are there some that are more important than others? And there's been academic literature that will sort of narrow down into some very specific components of the national quality framework as the key indicators for what actually leads to better outcomes for children across the board. And it's not to say that the quality indicators aren't right, but maybe the focus for the oversight could be more tailored and targeted, and that would be the part of the role of the Commission in our view, but that's kind of broadly to be determined. There are a number of agencies like a CEQA or Aero that looks at the education parts of things where they do components at a national level, and any commission would need to work with those existing bodies and make sure that it was coordinated. It would need to work with the states, and they fiercely guard the independence of their regulators and their systems, and each of them have unique state-based characteristics of the role of, say, preschool or the expansion of preschool. as it goes into the year before school. How does that then play through, and how do we make sure that children and families aren't lost in that sort of change that as it's continuing to go through? So that they're the sorts of broad things I would have. But Miriam, I don't know if you wanted to add?
No, thank you.
Okay.
No, thank you. And look, we heard from witnesses yesterday that diet and food and sleep aren't included in the National Quality Framework, which, was quite interesting and well worth some reflection on. What is your assessment on the ability of the mixed market to deliver equitable access to families? And in particular, what do you think is driving oversupply?
Oversupply. We think that we could see that the mixed market was delivering different outcomes. There are, in the main, some of the community-run and not-for-profit, longer-standing not-for-profits have higher ratings, the historical ratings in the quality framework. We could also see that over the last 10 years, the only component of the sector that was growing, the 50% of places, was coming from the for-profit sector. Ironically, the for-profit sector has a cost disadvantage relative to the not-for-profits, but the not-for-profits have chosen to put additional resources that they may have either into lower fees or higher quality of service. They're above ratio on educators and teachers in some instances. They're able to invest back into the children and the services, and perhaps not surprisingly, they have higher than achieving type ratings. So in a world where we still see that there is a need for continued growth, so 15% at least places, and then you would need to grow at population growth. And the challenge then might be, well, are the places, the centres in the right locations to where the children are, depending on where population's growing. We think that the quality can and continues to be important. I know there were studies, and I think Victoria, from memory, had the mixed market, particularly the better quality service providers in a close geography, close contiguous space with other providers, lifted the quality of all providers in that geographical area. So, high quality service providers lifts the tide for all boats, so to speak. And so, therefore, that should be an important part of planning and thinking through where are early childhood education and care services provided, and where there can be more services than just the one, ensuring that they're high quality, or at least one high quality in a close proximity, had a broader impact for all providers. So we didn't see a reason why the current process couldn't continue. I know there are others who have strong views around the market. Our only response is, well, they haven't responded for the last 15 plus years, and so unless something's going to dramatically change, we thought that a world where we would have fewer places for children and parents was actually a counterproductive world, and we wanted to focus on improving the quality of those who are there. And that is not to say that, it can't be improved, because we think it can and it should and it must, but we wanted to see the improvement for those who are investing and continuing to invest into the sector as a whole.
Yeah, thanks. I suppose that brings me to my next question, and this really how and why we treat early education differently than primary and secondary education. We don't have for-profits running in those sectors. We know that 90% of brain development happens before the age of 5. And so I suppose, why do we think it's okay for that those young people? And I just was curious, when you were talking in responding to Senator Smith's questions, I think you mentioned that in considering options for reform to funding and provision, achievability or implementation was a factor. And if that's the case, how is that weighted against best practice for best practice and emerging evidence for a system that was more like our primary and secondary schooling system, for example? Is that something that you really you considered?
Sorry, my colleague.
No, sorry.
That's fine, no worries.
One thing that we point out, and has been pointed out in other reports and submissions, I think, to your inquiry, is that there's no clear agreement on the goal of the system. So there's not a clear statement from governments as to what we are trying to achieve here. And through that means it was difficult for us to assess the overarching efficacy of the system because there's no real yardstick. And so what we're trying to do is respond to our terms of reference as well as take into account what the Productivity Commission needs to take into account across all of its recommendations. And implementability is certainly one of those things, but that doesn't take away from our assessment of what best practice can and needs to be. In which case we look across the benefit to the community in the broad, and in this particular case, the benefits for children. So we weighed all of these things up together. We certainly did not overestimate the implementation challenges over and above the best practice considerations. But it's hard to consider those when there's no clear yardstick of what the community or the governments are trying to achieve.
Yeah. Look, sorry.
Sorry?
I was going to say, well, look, we did look at other like and maybe conceptually similar arrangements. For instance, schooling systems, Medicare and others were explicitly sort of called out in that sense and what's available. We note that, well, despite having publicly funded schools, a very sizable portion of parents still choose to have an alternative arrangement. It's not a for-profit, but they're going to non-government schools, etc., and they're paying reasonable sums to do that. We could see that the majority, but not all, of the early childhood education care providers are achieving against the National Quality Framework, and if we didn't think achieving was reasonable, then maybe we need to look back at the National Quality Framework and whether that's a static or a continuing to grow element. And we felt that the needs in the sector were so great, and the access for those children who would benefit the most was needing to be adjusted as quickly as possible, that working within the current structure and the current system was going to lead us to a better outcome. I think our recommendations are not necessarily the end point, and that was an internal discussion. It's a path along a direction and path. If the recommendations we put forward were ultimately adopted, it would mean that there would be a significant conversion of the state-based preschool arrangements to centre-based daycare, because we'd effectively have wraparound service. It would mean that it would be easier to have some sort of consolidation of those services in a period of time. We needed to address the availability of educators and teachers. There's a significant shortage at the time when we were looking at it. It's improved, but still a shortage. We needed to improve the number of places, particularly in remote and regional areas, to support the growing and growing demand and absent supply for parents in those areas. If we sort of, in some respects, tossed all the cards in the air and had a complete rejig of the entire sector, I suspect we'd be here in 5, maybe 10 years' time, and we would have spent the majority of that time trying to unpick and unscramble the egg that we have, rather than try and make improvements. And that might be a criticism of the work that we've done, but we think that this is a meaningful way forward to achieve the sort of targeted goal. It's not the only way that you could achieve this. We just think it's the most likely and productive and efficient way to go about these things.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's good to understand that was part of it. It was like what's most likely as being a weighting. It wasn't just what is the best case scenario or like the best gold-plated model that we could have, but taking into consideration those other factors. But I'm about to run out of time, so I might just ask one more question. Sure. Just quickly building on some of your previous answers about the shift to a needs-based funding model, and thinking specifically about your recommendation to do this through some type of inclusion fund. Of all the reforms you suggested, why did you identify this as urgent?
It was very clear that parents, and we heard this repeatedly, whose children have additional needs, were being excluded from early childhood education and care. They weren't able to access it, and it wasn't catering for them. The inclusion support program as it was wasn't sufficient resources, and in fact it had been sort of almost triaged to going to the highest and most acute needs, but even then it wasn't enough. And so again, if we were going to have a universal system that's inclusive and accessible to all, we think that it needed to expand that out. At the same time as we were looking at that program, the government had undertaken its review on the NDIS, and we knew that there was, and there still is, discussion around potentially alternative pathways for children with additional needs. And so, but they hadn't defined how that would work. So we effectively had to do that in anticipation of, so we've got a two-stage recommendations around early inclusion. So one, fix the inclusion support program for the next couple of years, give it additional resources and funding, expand that to almost an as-of-right needs, cater for across-the-board foundational, that the disability and additional needs is not socioeconomic dependent. It's spread across the community as a whole, and those children should, like all children, have access to early childhood education and care if their parents so choose to access it. Then, over time, as the government works through what it plans to do in terms of alternative pathways for the NDIS, those things can be accommodated. So we think that what we've devised is a way forward for alternative pathways in NDIS. That's perhaps to be seen, but there's a two-stage part. One is at least fix the base level of inclusion and get some additional support there for those children, and then a broader approach to around disability, children with disability, and how they are included in society, which is incredibly important, and it needs to be a considered arrangement, so, rather than
Thank you very
afterthought.
much, Commissioner. I appreciate your time today.
That's okay.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, we would appreciate if you could return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday the 11th of March 2026. We will now suspend for a brief 10-minute morning tea, and we will return at 12:05. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives from NPY Women's Council via video conference. Just confirming that you are there and you have your camera on. Wonderful. Lovely to see you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could each of you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Hi, good morning. My name is Katrina McMasters. I am the Assistant Manager for Orchard Pity Program, and that's our intensive family support.
Hello, my name is Margaret Smith. I'm the chairperson of Women's Council.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jessica Baker and I'm the Research and Policy Manager at MPY Women's Council.
Thank you so much. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. If you prefer not to make the opening statement and prefer to table it, that is okay as well.
We've got a statement, thank you. Our submission for quality and safety of Australia's early childhood education and care system, submitted in October 2025, outlined broader systematic issues Ngunnawal are facing in relation to their vital early development across the MPY lands. Our submission spoke to regional needs and cross-border support, funding limitations for this age cohort for ACCOs, the needs of communities in a very remote context, and tri-state discrepancies in early childhood education and care. We are asking for greater recognition of the effectiveness of Ngunnawal-led models and the importance of community involvement. This will begin to decolonise early childhood approaches where Western institutions primarily decide the intervention techniques and have the power to pause service delivery because of the desire to prioritise non-Indigenous early childhood support. Closing the gap target 4 cannot be met without considering that Ngunnawal are the experts in their lives of their families and the needs of young people they support in every remote context of MPY lands. Operating under a tri-state model with 3 different sets of legislation means closing the gap targets are redundant when many communities are left without care or funding because of Indigenous viewpoints are not prioritised. In Imampa, where Mrs. Smith lives, there are no childcare options. Her daughter Tanya has had to offer extended support because there is nobody else to help. We have a youth program in Imampa, but with funding ranging from ages 10 to 25, how can young people aged 0 to 5 get the support they need? In Docker River, the childcare centres have been closed for years due to staffing gaps. In the NG lands in Western Australia, there is only one childcare service out of the 7 communities that we service. When there is a strong Ngunnawal team to do the work, they still face barriers because they do not have a Cert 2 in childcare. There is a childcare centre in Kalka closed, even though there are Ngunnawal there willing to do the work. I am leading a project that supports the capacity of Ngunnawal workers to have a pathway to training and workforce, but still the barriers are faced by Ngunnawal are different across the border. We are asking the Senate to work with us to advocate for the prioritisation of Ngunnawal involvement and coordination of early childhood support so that children, and how we say Gigi, can access early learning support on country, in language, and with the support
We might suspend for a moment while we see if we can get the witnesses back. Thank you.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
For example, in Apachula Fink community, our early childhood centre is operated and led by an all team. This is a more effective model for school readiness. The MPY Women's Council call for these culturally led models to be delivered in first languages for the best chance for Anangu children to thrive and grow in their communities. Bilingual education is an advocacy priority across the board of directors, and recognising the importance of early bilingual learning on country. This is critical for establishing cultural identity and maintaining social and emotional well-being. At present, government ideologies of non-Indigenous external support service are being best placed to support Anangu, as well as checks required for Anangu staff to support the means of many children that are being left behind. We are not asking for flashy childcare centres. We are asking to be seen as Anangu, who have the best skills and crucial cultural knowledge to grow our Chichi up strong. This is needed for school and learning, not a detachment from culture. It is a Western idea that only a non-Indigenous person is safe to look after Anangu. We need government to listen to us as strong Anangu women. We need to decolonise how we think about Indigenous childcare in remote communities. We know what's best for our young people, and we know how to keep them safe, healthy and strong. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In your submission, you described tri-state complexity and high mobility. How does that affect children's continuity of care and safety? And what problems do you see in particular when the systems are bounded by those different state borders?
I guess operating across in a tri-state model across the Northern Territory, South Australia and Western Australia presents a lot of barriers when there's different legislation in each state, and Anangu are moving and families are moving across those borders. There's a couple of things to consider if we are wanting more Anangu staff to be leading early child care programs, then there's tri-state requirements for working with children checks, for example. So, one thing that we're really strong on as an organisation is the need for a federal working with children's check because of all the different complexities that are involved living remotely and trying to obtain those different checks and qualifications in a remote context. You want to speak a bit about moving across borders as well, tri-state?
As NPY Women's Council, we do this three-state, like tri-state. You should have shown that map where we were. And the border doesn't matter, Western Australia, Northern Territory, South Australia. To us, Anangu, border doesn't matter. We know we've got a family across the other side of the border, we've got other families, and we worry about all that stuff under NPY, Women's Council umbrella. So, this childcare thing, it's very important, In my community, I've been asking for childcare for many, many years, since exit time.
Thank you.
I always was worried about for young people to learn 2 ways education.
Could I ask you a question about the childcare? Could you tell me, in your community and other remote Aboriginal communities, what does genuine quality look like? And I note that you talk about the fact that, what's needed in cities, in big childcare centres, the, flashy and large and whatever, is not what you particularly need and doesn't sort of meet your community requirements. So are you looking at, how do you look at the national framework, cultural safety, particularly for your community, and how do you get that workforce stability and trust in the childcare centres in your community?
In my community, we're very strong in culture and also language, and looking after our country and family. And childcare is very important to us, but we haven't got any childcare building, or we just have it maybe under the basketball court or anywhere we can gather all the little ones. And I kept looking at other community, like Mindaroo had a nice big childcare facility, and my community was left out in Mindaroo community.
I think that a lot of barriers for families in communities that don't have access to childcare. We've got a lot of vulnerable families, mums and dads that are wanting to work, and this is a barrier that they can't work because they have to either look after their children. We do have work or not work at all. We've got mothers who are employed with MPY who often bring their children to work with them to do intensive family support, but they're looking after their own child as well as supporting families who have that need. I think it's a major barrier, especially when there isn't childcare provided on community.
And just also the tri-state, there's not really a strong tri-state funding model, so different states will prioritise, different childhood or have different ideas about what early childhood support should look like in that state, and that doesn't work for Anangal because we really operate across borders. Yeah,
those borders don't matter to you. They might matter to bureaucrats and politicians, but as you noted, your family can be spread across all of that, so it doesn't matter to you. So we have to look at a way to work in a manner that actually meets the community needs rather than our prescriptive ideas about how things should work, which is very different. You noted before that your community missed out on a centre and there's issues with funding as well. When there is no formal early childhood service available, what arrangements are your families relying on in your community, and do those arrangements provide any consistent safety oversight outside, obviously, the intention of caring for the children in the community?
Yeah, so a lot of our families they take care of their own when there isn't this support service within their community. They rely on grandmothers, aunties, uncles. It's really difficult when this support service isn't available. And also, a lot to do with food security, childcare. Some childcares, so like Think Community, they offer childcare there, but they also offer a nutrition-based approach and supporting families with cooking and meals during the day that are helping and benefiting children when they may or may not have anything at home.
Thank you. You emphasise language needs and the fact that many children speak local language at home. What advice could you give us on how early years services should be designed to ensure that children are properly supported, but also so they can disclose harm or seek help or report unsafe behaviour as well?
That speaking language as their first language, they will just any harm or anything that comes up for these children, it is interpreted in their language to their families.
Yeah.
And then because a lot of Anangu speak 3 or 4 different languages, English included, they're able to transfer that information to a service that can support any intervention.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your evidence today. Your testimony has been really interesting. I was just hoping you might be able to provide us with some practical examples of culturally appropriate and culturally safe provision of care in your communities, what that might look like, how we ensure safety and appropriate services. I know you have those models, but I'd just like if you could, draw us a picture or give us a bit more context to what that care looks like.
Mm-hmm. You could speak a bit about it, I think, or what else?
Yeah, so our model, when there isn't any child care services, we do a lot of bush picnics with families. So, going with the families, getting the food, getting the car ready, putting the kids in the car, taking them out of community in a really safe environment or an environment where they are familiar with. It could be like a sand dune or, like a creek that they go to, a water hole, making a fire, making food. It brings that really beautiful family harmony together and have that togetherness.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry, Mrs. Smith, you want to talk about any other things how we bring families together?
Bush picnic, what you said?
Yeah. Community barbecues, hunting together.
Showing them how to hunt and track down,
Yeah.
Tracking animal footprints.
Bush foods, identify, they learn from very young on how to identify different plants.
Yes.
Families teach kids, the right way and the wrong way, For an example, snakes, you see a snake, you don't go near it. But a goanna, we can, chase it, get it, teach the kids how to clean it and cook it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for that, and thank you for your testimony before us, Chair.
Thank you so much. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you very much for joining us today. You mentioned the complexity of operating across South Australia, Western Australia, Northern Territory jurisdictions, and you've articulated beautifully about how these borders are actually very arbitrary in practice. Do you have a real-world example of how those inconsistencies create challenges or risks for children and families, especially those who might need to travel across those borders?
Currently, we've got a new pilot starting called Nyora Puchu, and it's a tri-state child protection pilot where we will soon be having child protection officers based here in Alice Springs, as well as a MPY coordinator, and they will be able to support families who are looking for their children, and have that advocacy support to support families in their child protection matters.
Thank you. If the government were to redesign funding settings specifically for remote Aboriginal communities, what 2 or 3 structural changes would make the greatest difference beyond I suppose, what you've already proposed?
I think the main one would be, I guess, more jobs for Anangu. So more opportunities for Anangu employment, and with that, more opportunities for bilingual learning. And then I guess, it would be the tri-state point as well, just really ensuring that there's consistency across like a tri-state model, so that we're not having to adopt to different state-based models in the different communities that we service.
Thank you very much. And look, some of my questions were asked by the other members of the committee, so I would just like to say thank you again for joining, and appreciate all of the work that you're doing in your communities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and your evidence today. It's been very insightful. If you have taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday, the 11th of March 2026. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
I now welcome representatives from the Mindaroo Foundation and Thrive by 5. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Thank you. Dr. Amy Green at Mindaroo Foundation, also on behalf of Thrive by 5, and my role is a senior advisor in Value the Early Years.
Thank you so much. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, or if you prefer to table the document. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to appear today on behalf of Mindaroo Foundation and the Thrive by 5 campaign, and I thank you for the Senators' commitment to this critically important area and cohort of children and families. Thrive by 5 is a national campaign and convening of families and early years advocates collectively calling for a universally accessible, high-quality early childhood system in Australia. Our collective beneficiaries are children and families. Thrive by 5's partners span the early years spectrum, representing a myriad of voices, needs and insights. We are united in our passion for Australia to have a child-centric, community-driven approach to early childhood development. In this light, my appearance here today reflects Mindaroo's role as convener and participant in Thrive by 5. I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, the Ngunnawal people, and pay my respect to elders past and present. I also acknowledge the First Nations people joining us today and recognise their ongoing leadership and advocacy for the wellbeing of children. I want to start by saying something clearly because it matters. Most early education and care services in Australia are doing the right thing. And largely, educators in particular are doing extraordinary work, under pressure, underpaid, and often carrying the consequences of decisions that they did not make. They are not responsible for the behaviour of exploitative providers or systemic failure, and they should not be treated as if they are. But we are here today because systemic failure is exactly what we are seeing. Serious safety failures are not isolated incidents. They're the predictable result of regulatory gaps, weak enforcement, and a market-led model that too often rewards profit-making over child safety. Australia needs an early childhood education and care system that puts the child first. At the heart of the problem is a divided system, a system lacking the cohesive architecture that drive accountability and assurance. Australia has strong standards, but is lacking effective stewardship. The Commonwealth controls funding and national frameworks. States and territories regulate services and respond to incidents. And when things go wrong, responsibility is fragmented and accountability is blurred. That fragmentation creates space for bad faith operators to put profit ahead of children's safety, and indeed staff with poor intent to exploit the lax regulatory oversight to slip through. And in the worst cases, as we've seen recently, children are harmed in unimaginable ways. Everyone can technically say this is not my problem, but that is not good enough when children's safety is at stake. While we welcome the recent initiatives by the federal government to address safety, there needs to be so much more if we are to deliver real quality and safety across the entirety of the sector. Families are told that they have choice, but for many that choice is theoretical, not real. Without the universal provision of high-quality, safe services, there is no choice. Right now, places are unavailable, unaffordable or unsafe. Information is opaque and doesn't support better decision-making. And in too many communities, there is no genuine choice at all. What we need is leadership that recognises we are past small system tweaks. The market-based model as it currently operates is not delivering consistently for children, families or educators, and it will not fix itself. We call for strong national stewardship of early childhood education and care that has been planned for, costed, consulted on and intentionally structured to protect the quality and safety in every service in every part of the system. That means establishing clearer national governance, such as a National Early Childhood Services Commission, to align funding, regulation, data and accountability across jurisdictions. It also means that funding settings reward quality and actively disincentivise poor practice. Public funding must come with clear expectations and consequences because quality and safety must be non-negotiable. The result of this would be more of those high-quality services doing what they do best. A commission would improve quality and safety in ECEC by providing system-wide stewardship. This approach shifts the system away from reactive, one-size-fits-all regulation and towards targeted stewardship, enabling high-quality services to spend less time navigating fragmented rules and more time doing what they do best. I'll finish where we believe this inquiry must always begin. Children are not an afterthought in the early childhood education and care system. They're not a byproduct of workforce participation or economic policy. They're the reason the system exists. Thank you. I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you so much for your evidence and for your work in this space. And you're absolutely right. And I think when we're talking about early childhood education, we're talking about early childhood development and all the opportunities that that early education brings to children. And then we're also talking about participation for their families. And depending on how you weight these issues or how you come at this policy area weights then your view on the responses. And I'd like to understand from you, I mean, we've heard a lot of evidence around different models of care, but not much evidence so far on the why of care. Where are the benefits for children on a high quality early education and how you see that being realised for families, particularly for children from disadvantaged backgrounds or, whom have a lot to gain and to benefit from a place in a quality early childhood setting.
Thank you. There are examples of high quality and indeed poor quality across the spectrum of sector types and service types. And I think if we look at a universal system, we need to look at the primary purpose of that system. Is it to provide care for children so that their parents can be part of the workforce, or is its purpose really to provide children and families with access to high-quality early childhood education and care experiences, which is their right? So if we agree it's the latter, we need to consider the kinds of options that deliver on that. And I think if we go to examples of the educational experiences that children experience in early childhood education and care, there is evidence to show that they do better developmentally. It supports brain development. Highly qualified, well-valued educators and teachers deliver phenomenal learning programs in many different types of services. And so I think the distinction between care and education is perhaps one that is being brought in the wrong way. A universal system can really deliver both.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm interested in your perspective of kind of extending or prioritising government support for unregulated care models. So care models where, for instance, you don't have a qualified early childhood teacher or early childhood worker delivering care and therefore early education. What is your view on an extension of support to that kind of unregulated model? Where do you see there may be risks in that model?
Yeah, I think at this point it's obviously quite a new announcement, so I think it's one of those that might sound good on the surface, but the devil is always in the detail. A voucher offering has the potential to make it a more inequitable system because the gaps for families, if it's paid at the current CCS amount, the gap for families in in-home care options like nannies would actually be greater, so less families theoretically could access it. I also think it's counterproductive to a universal offering. The risk of regulating in-home options like nannies and grandparents, looking at the checks and balances that we would need to have in place to make sure every child's safe, how that system's set up to avoid exploitation and rorts. I just don't see it as a sustainable system response at the moment. I think by expanding the choices available, when we already have excellent choices, as you would have heard before, in family daycare and different models, that doesn't help the current problem that parents face, which is making sure that their child is consistently receiving high quality and safe education and care wherever they choose it. Universal is not uniform. It also doesn't mean compulsory. So it's about having choices available to families, but mitigating those with the very real risks of expanding to unregulated options may bring in even more unintended consequences. I also think the equity issue of grandparents, I personally have a wonderful experience with my mum with my children. Their role in families cannot be overstated. It is a pivotal role and it is a privilege afforded to many, but not all. So in that sense, again, I'm not sure of the universality of that. And the choice really at the moment is constrained in many communities by availability of places, affordability, hours that actually align with their work. So there are, and the information available to families around what choice and quality looks like.
Thank you. Look, it's not new to this inquiry. These concerns have existed for a long time around the provision of early learning by for-profit providers, and particularly, by ASX-listed companies. There's concern in our community about their delivery of services, the ability to provide quality whilst offering a profit for shareholders. I'm very sympathetic to those concerns, but I'm also, again, interested in why it's important to see more not-for-profit provision. I know this is something Mindaroo has advocated for, but can you go to the why of why we want to see more of that kind of care in early learning and childcare settings?
I think there are a couple of pieces we could go to there. It isn't an us versus them necessarily, and as I mentioned before, there are examples of high quality and indeed poor quality across the different service types. But I think what we lack is a values-driven system where all providers, regardless of their profit status, are held to the same accountability to put children's safety, quality and inclusion in place ahead of profit. And so that values piece that government could hold by having a stronger stewardship function over the public funding that goes to services would address the market composition. Certainly there is a role for all parts of the sector at the moment, but I think the more that government takes on a stewarding role, those bad actors or those that aren't putting children's safety and high quality provision ahead of everything else would naturally not see themselves as a part of that system.
Yeah, I guess it keeps coming back to this idea of where's your starting point. I mean, a lot of work has happened in the sector, including by your organisations, to move away from this idea that early childhood education is babysitting. It's simply a measure to enable the participation of parents and therefore productivity. It's so much more than that. So I think as part of this inquiry, getting the why on the record in that early childhood development piece is really valuable. But thank you for your contribution to our inquiry, your submission and your answers to my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you also for joining us today and for your ongoing advocacy with Thrive by 5. In your submission, you outline a strong case for an ECEC commission. Can you please elaborate on how you think a commission would support safety and quality in the childhood education sector?
Sure. I think we've done a lot of thinking on this concept to make sure that it's not a bureaucratic response or a band-aid on a hemorrhage. But I think what we lack at the moment is that clear system stewardship. So we have Commonwealth as the major funding lever, and then we have states and territories regulating these services. And what we lack is the stitching up of those pieces. So I think if we can have some sort of body, some sort of entity where the beneficiaries are really children and families. They are really the ones that the system exists for. Significant design work needs to go into what that might look like in terms of, you know, its scope, its remit, where a sequel fits within a structure. So there's lots of deep design work that I think needs to go into it, but what we've been able to align on in Thrive by 5 is a set of underpinning principles that we think that design work should take into account, and also what any new architecture or entity or body such as a National Early Childhood Services Commission would offer. Quality and safety, though, is front and centre of that piece, and I think that comes through reducing loopholes, reducing duplication, having more national consistency, having more oversight and data into services, service behaviour, educator turnover, those kinds of things are all really needed to be in one central place.
Yeah, thank you. And we're certainly looking for some of that design information from the witnesses in this inquiry, so that's been really helpful. Can you elaborate on how you see employment practices of unscrupulous providers, I think that's how you put it, how they're contributing to risk and safety risks and incidents?
So I think at the moment we have, from what I've seen, we have some educators that are taking responsibility for things that the system or they're at the approved provider level that they weren't responsible for. So they're facing direct consequences in some cases of things that they didn't have oversight or control over. So I think that there's two levels. There's provider level behaviour and then there's educator level behaviour, and there's been concerns in both. But what we have at the moment is a less direct relationship with providers, so that educators can move between services, providers can operate services under different names, and that's when we're really lacking that systematic oversight. I would have to take that one a little bit on notice. I'm not in a space now where I'm directly speaking to the workforce, so I can go back to the submission and come back to you on that one if you like.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. That was still helpful. You note that the Commonwealth spending on the ECEC subsidy has increased from 4 to 14 billion and the policy and regulatory changes have not kept up. What do you think are the implications for this, and do you think the Commonwealth's asking enough in return for its money?
I think the current market-led architecture and the current way the system runs lacks government intervention over services and over where that public funding is going. I certainly think there's state and territory regulators, from what we have seen, are struggling, are largely underfunded for the work that they're expected to do. But really what we're lacking is that deep design work and that deep thinking into how to bring these things together. There needs to be a really meaningful conversation between the Commonwealth and the states and territories in how these pieces can fit together, and whether it is an issue of giving more money or whether they need more support, whether Commonwealth could take a role in using its funding levers, you know, a little bit better to have that oversight. I think there are a range of options that are possible. I think what we need is to have a meaningful conversation about what these options are and the different implications they have for each of the different actors and levels of involvement in the sector.
Yeah, terrific, thanks. And just finally, you suggest government needs to explore a new funding model. Can you maybe provide at a high level some specific alternatives that you've got in mind, and then on notice provide any additional detail that you've got on those?
Sure. I think I will take that one on notice if that's okay. So what we've done is have a conversation around potential options, things that really government could explore. But what we haven't done, and is really desperately needed in this process, is to have those conversations with the sector and to have those conversations with government as well. So I think I'll take that one on notice, but I would say that from what we've seen, a lot of our partners have done a lot of deep thinking in this space, and there's a lot of information currently available for when we're ready to take that process on. I think what we need is a definite commitment to having this conversation around stronger stewardship and the role of funding in that, and the role of a CEQA in that.
Heartily agree. Thank you very much, Dr. Graham, for your time today.
Thank you. A follow-on from a question from Senator Hodgins-May in relation to the National Early Childhood Commission that you've proposed. Are you able to sort of tell me practically what sort of decisions or powers would you expect that commission to hold that aren't currently achievable through a CEQA or state or territory regulators?
A CEQA legislation requires it to focus solely on the national quality framework, and consequently it avoids that broader system leadership. It doesn't have that within its current remit within national law. So to ask them to do more is technically not possible at the moment. The Commonwealth and state and territory governments can't act alone, and that's why we're quite clear that this isn't a matter for small tweaks anymore. We need to have a real think about what both levels of government, the role that they play in funding, regulating and overseeing the quality of the ECEC system. So that there are certainly a number of functions that we've thought through that a CEQA currently do, that a CEQA don't currently do, and what it would take to get to a place of, and who would do that. But I think fundamentally we need an entity to be able to have that statutory responsibility to bring those pieces together.
Sure. In your submission, you talk about Commonwealth spending growth not matching or not having been matched by regulatory infrastructure, staff, IT systems and processes, which then create vulnerabilities which can potentially be exploited. If governments could only, fund, 3 core things in the next 12 to 18 months to close that infrastructure gap, what would that be?
I think if we could prioritise one reform that could deliver all of those things, including duplication and infrastructure gaps and governance gaps in small services, I think that is in the role of a commission or similar entity. So I think that if we can nail that part and get a sense of what that entity could do and what they could take on, data, funding, governance, IT, they could all be part of that conversation. So I think that if I really would, I would love to say 3 reforms, but I will stick to one and say that if we can have a really genuine conversation about a National Early Childhood Services Commission that incorporates all parts of the system and looks at potential consequences, how much these things cost, unintended consequences, areas that have no choice at all, what happens in those. So all of these need to be part of a broader conversation rather than lots of separate conversations. Sure. And I commend the inquiry for taking that on holistically.
Thank you. And I guess that sort of leads me to think about some of the other evidence that we've received around that duplication and how that impacts the operation of early childhood centres, not just from a productivity perspective, which is important, but also from a perspective where it's taking them away from their primary work of caring for and educating children. So in terms of that gap, are you aware of how much duplication there is currently in the system and what impact that is having, and what would where would a new commission start, or any body that would be charged with doing this work to actually begin in stripping away that duplication so that these processes are more streamlined and that the information then flows to where it needs to go in a more expeditious manner?
I think the market-led system is the major gap at the moment. So when we do have thin markets and underserved cohorts, even within well-supplied markets, quality is very hard to observe consistently. So large providers, like we've heard from yesterday, they have excellent mechanisms in place to be able to make the lives of educators easier. That's not a universal offering for all services and all educators. Educators are doing a phenomenal job with all the things that they have to do, but there are areas where savings could be made, both for governments and for services, in having a more streamlined approach. Certainly what goes to mind are things like the National Register was an excellent first step as an announcement. Having something in one place that talks about where educators have come from and what they're doing is excellent. But anything that dilutes educators' ability to be there for children and families through administrative processes that could be better handled or could be better combined, I think is a great thing. I would say that the workforce across jurisdictions, the difficulty, I mean, you can be on one side of the ACT and go half an hour up the road in New South Wales and have different expectations of what you need to provide. That sort of confusion just adds loopholes that allow bad actors into the space. So I think the role of a national commission would be mapping all of those things and the potential to identify where efficiencies could be reached.
Sure, and just quickly my final question, and I note your comment earlier which struck me about universal is not uniform, and I think that's probably part of the problem that we have here, is that we're trying to create all these uniform things where they don't actually particularly meet community needs, particularly in remote and regional areas. And in your submission, you support exploring supply-side funding of up to 30 hours or 3 days a week of quality EC in persistently thin markets. How do we then ensure that that kind of supply-side investment doesn't default to that one-size-fits-all model that doesn't really meet needs, particularly when it comes to infants and toddlers, and especially where families do prefer proximity? Like, where do we place it so that families aren't travelling 200 kilometres in a round trip to get somewhere?
Thank you. I think that universal, not uniform, is an important distinction, as is the notion that it isn't compulsory. It is a place available for every child and family that chooses it in a range of different settings, including there are in-home care and family daycare options available. But it would be remiss to think that exists in every community and for every child and family type. Families' lives are complex enough. So for some families, that choice is really theoretical and not real. So what we need to address is both areas of undersupply and also oversupply, and have a really good look at the data, which is another role for the Commission potentially, to look at data gaps where services are needed so that we're putting them in the right places. And I think if we do that with the lens of always being community-led, getting in and talking to communities about what they need, ensuring viability of services before they are set up, ensuring that they remain open for families, because there have been examples of where services pop up across the road from one another when really there was a great community service already. So there's kind of, it's a spectrum of supply needs. I think what a supply side funding model would offer is that surety for parents, which I think is very important. So not having wildly different out-of-pocket expenses is quite fundamental. So I think that we genuinely support the notion of choice in terms of different models that suit families, but not opening a Pandora's box of issues. And so I think we need the universal platform so that everyone has access to a system and an offering that they choose. And that's what we'd like to see as the priority.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your time and your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday the 11th of March 2026. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I now welcome a representative from the Australian Paediatric Society via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Peter William Goss. I appear as a representative of the Australian Paediatric Society. I'm chair of both diabetes and allergy within that society.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement if you would like, or to table that document. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. Firstly, Chair and Senators, thank you for inviting me to represent on behalf of the Australian Paediatric Society today to this inquiry. The Australian Paediatric Society represents frontline paediatricians across regional, rural and suburban Australia. My background is a paediatrician who cares for children with both allergy and type 1 diabetes, and I have a special expertise being the lead author on 2 occasions on international guidelines for management of type 1 diabetes in schools. I'm here because my colleagues and I have witnessed preventable harm occurring during early childhood settings, particularly for allergy and type 1 diabetes. The safety risk for children with these conditions is live, it's escalating, it's preventable, and it's entirely unacceptable. Before I go on, I think the terminology is important, and when we're talking about education and training, they're 2 different things. Education is the gaining of knowledge and perspective about the condition, and training is the skill development and practical application of the education on the child, and their definitions that come from the International Society. If you requisite training is the training, again, an international definition, the training required to qualify and authorise the performance of safe execution of necessary tasks, skills and responsibilities in accordance with local jurisdictional requirements. And workplace training, particularly for high-risk activities, is accredited and provided by the registered training organisations to ensure quality and safety, as is required by a SEQA for ECEC services. So what has happened is that there was a 2025 criminal conviction of a school over the preventable death of a child with type 1 diabetes whilst on an international school camp, which provided the case law decision that vindicated the 2014 advice from Arnold Block Liebler lawyers that employees are not informal carers. They cannot be viewed as lay people, as the coroner also said, like a neighbour or a family member during the working day when performing duties at the control and the direction of an employer. An employee must be suitably qualified under WHS law, receive the requisite training qualifications and keep the employee and those under their responsibility free from foreseeable harm, which includes these little toddlers in daycare. So the Commonwealth has encouraged early learning services to take on high-risk invasive healthcare tasks through nationally promoted programs. In diabetes, this is the advice and practices of the Diabetes in Schools program, which the National Diabetes Strategy 2021 to 2030 now encourages to be extended into kindergarten and childcare. Diabetes Australia, funded by the Department of Health, provides the advice to education workplaces, and this is where we find a deliberate misclassification of the ECEC and school employees as carers rather than employees in an attempt to avoid the requisite qualifications, the training and the authority required for the care of children with type 1 diabetes. So this federal government program attempts to avoid the legislative controls and workplace safety requirements for the provision of the requisite training to keep children safe. So this goes to the government's own policy promise of universal access to early learning and therefore aligns with a pink bat style type systemic failure. We've got a federally funded, nationally endorsed program rolled out before the lawful workforce competence and authorisation were ensured, and preventable harm is already occurring. The lesson's not don't train people, it's don't roll out the high-risk work without the accredited training, authorisation and safety systems. So the two most serious, in my view, childhood conditions demonstrate the contrast. Allergy and anaphylaxis is one area, and there are some very good submissions from the Allergy and Anaphylaxis Australia Consumer Group and the National Allergy Strategy presented, and we are totally aligned with them. Here, the accredited training exists. The problem is implementation. There's only one trained person required on site in an ECEC, and I can give the committee real and recent examples of near disasters because of this, which are grossly inadequate for a dynamic early learning environment. The fix is to extend consistent accredited training to all educators, not just one per service, and add prevention, understanding through food allergen management training, and also upskilling on recognition of allergy, because that's a situation where these children might have their first allergic reaction. There's no valid reason not to make the best practice guidelines mandatory through a SEQA. Type 1 diabetes. Now, these effects are not rare. A 2025 survey of parents revealed 83% had kept their child home from ECEC because of safety or management issues, and 81%, predominantly women, reported an impact on their ability to work or having to cease employment. Access to ECEC depends on whether a service is willing to take legal risk, whether a parent can attend multiple times per day to inject their child with insulin or through an insulin pump, or whether all parties acquire the safety risk without understanding the consequences until they eventuate. This is not universal, it's contingent, it's inequitable, and it's unsafe. And the failure is now nationally scaled. The diabetes strategy embeds the DIS and encourages extension into the early childhood centres. Embedding a program in national policy raises the Commonwealth's duty of due diligence, legal compliance and prevention of foreseeable harm, especially in ECEC where children are younger and can't talk for themselves and can't work themselves out. The National Quality Framework imposes higher safety expectations and oversight, and work health and safety duties require the highest level of protection and safety. The solution is to fix, it's practical and achievable. In allergy, make accredited anaphylaxis training universal for all educators, not just one per service. Add the prevention strategies, the allergy awareness management, and mandate on-site adrenaline. Type 1 diabetes, it requires a new system of governance. We need to commission an RTO-delivered accredited training and authorisation for insulin administration and emergency care response, aligned to workplace health and safety, ASEQA, medicines law and clinical standards. We need to manage the transition, so we need a time-limited moratorium where interim risk controls so families aren't excluded from the ECEC services, that employers and employees are protected while the lawful pathway is built, and then a permanent solution to embed these standards into a national quality framework so safety doesn't depend on who happens to be on shift. So if we don't correct this now, enforcement powers will accelerate exclusion, not safety. That's what's happening as people are understanding that they can't get into these services because of lawful issues. Families will lose access, educators will be left exposed, and children will be put at risk. So we're asking the Senate to act before further harm occurs and not to explain the tragedies after the fact.
Thank you so much. Senator Hodgins-May.
Yeah, thank you, Dr Goss. So it sounds like in your view it's fair to say most ECEC services aren't being assessed against a safety standard that genuinely reflects work health and safety and clinical best practice. But are there examples where an ECE service has successfully implemented a model you consider legally and clinically robust? And can you share any details?
When the training, I'll go back to this as a workplace safety issue, and when the training doesn't exist, it's very difficult for any of them to do it. So they run a legal gauntlet to say, I have to say that the people that are in these centres are wonderful and they try very hard, but gee, they run a risk. It's the doctors and nurses that also, we don't have the scope of practice to be actually training them. We're not registered training organisations. It is a vacuum, and this is starting to be realised. This is why an entity of a child with diabetes took legal advice and said, sorry, we can't do this. And the poor mother, I think I've explained in that the poor mother had to then stop work, go and visit that ECEC every day until it became too much. So not only had her life plans changed when her child developed an incurable condition at age 2, which goes to intensive care and all the palaver and everything else that disempowers the parent there. But once they get through that first bit and learn about a condition they've never heard of necessarily before, they go out, think everything's okay, and then run into this massive issue afterwards that no one's going to be looking after them as safely as they should, and have the parents thinking that their rest of the day is going to be safe. I mean, we've had some people sitting outside of kindergartens all day in a car with a monitor, making sure it's going to be okay inside.
It's quite alarming to hear that. No, thank you. It's something I wasn't aware of. So, thank you for drawing it to our attention. It sounds, I think my other questions are probably answered by that question, but I suppose, do you distinguish at all between the sort of approach of and the safety gaps between different providers based on their size, type, ownership model at all, or is it you seeing it's fairly widespread across?
For the providers, that there's one person, this is just for allergy, if there's one person there, they will be trained in allergy. It doesn't necessarily mean they're trained in food preparation to cross-contaminate the children, or that they're trained in the recognition of an allergic reaction other than administration of the adrenaline. So that needs to be sorted. But as far as the scales, the small to the large for diabetes, there's no difference. There's no training to authorise those people to do it. And continuing to pretend that they're like your next door neighbour, that you can actually have them look after your child, is a furphy. And the law has now said this is a furphy. These people are employees. That's what workplace criminal conviction of the school brought about.
Thank you, Dr. Goss. That, again, appreciate you bringing it to my attention and the committee's attention.
Thank you, Doctor. You state that the current arrangements for managing conditions like diabetes in your submission and anaphylaxis in early childhood settings are already creating unacceptable and preventable risks. In practical terms, where are these systems most often breaking down? And I note your evidence in relation to proper training. But what does that mean for child safety when those failures occur? So we understand there is no system in place at the moment. So where is the failure now occurring, understanding what a future model should look like, and what are the consequences of that more broadly?
Okay, so firstly with allergy, the training package has been created by the peak bodies. It's there. Where it falls down is that a simplistic view that only one person on site needs to be trained in adrenaline administration. It's more broad than that. If they were trained to prevent the food allergy, to recognise an allergic condition, allergic reaction with perhaps first or second or third exposure to an unusual food allergen like avocado or kiwi fruit or something like that. That's really simple. That's really trainable. It's all there, ready to go. So it's broken down because of a lack of will, if you like, to actually get that going. Diabetes, type 1 diabetes, is broken. There's nothing there, and as the entities are realising that they either can't do it or they're running the gauntlet, that's where the problem is there. And I'll just give you an example of the food allergy, and think about this from the educator's point of view as well. One of my patients, only some months ago, was allergic to cow's milk, and they were given cow's milk in a relatively large centre inadvertently by a carer who had no background training at all. The child had anaphylaxis, was not recognised. Because I don't blame them for not recognising a medical condition, but it was only when the supervisor walked in and said that child is unusually sleepy and can't breathe and things like that, and we better do something. 7 EpiPens later, 7, ambulance, the mother who lived in the city 20 minutes away from the place, stood in the ambulance bay waiting, checking every... Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Yeah, don't be sorry.
I mean, this is the frustration.
Traumatic, I understand.
Yeah, this is the frustration of seeing children with diabetes, with a massive insulin overdose from people who don't know what they're doing, which is, again, and I'll just go back to that educator. That poor person and the person in charge will live with that. If that child died, and it certainly could have died, that was it. So when the packages are available, put them in place. And when they're not legitimate training, give it up, scrap the program, start again, work with workplace and safety, which were not in the original Diabetes in Schools, work with the unions and get this right, and work with people who are passionate about getting something in place that's going to protect these children. Sorry, I wasn't expecting this.
Don't be sorry, and it sort of, I think it highlights how important the work is that we're doing in this inquiry, and the importance of submissions and testimonies like your own.
Yep.
So please don't be sorry. We thank you for your time. I think for me, the thing I'm trying to sort of get my head around is what is the scale of the training that is needed here? Is it every person in every centre? Because you're saying that one individual is not enough.
Yeah.
So where is that balance? And I suppose there are layers of training as well, but fundamentally we want to ensure that any child isn't exposed to a risk like the one that you've described, where, you know, a parent has to wonder if their child is going to survive.
That's right. So allergy, you know, given that 1 in 10 one-year-olds have allergy, it's for everybody. Mm-hmm. I don't think you can get away from that. For diabetes, it's 1 in 250 children. It's when a child would be enrolled in that daycare or centre to do the training then, if it existed. And I'm sure that everyone would be very pleased if it was in existence and those things would be run smoothly. So I'd be saying there's differences for different people. If it was epilepsy, same again. If someone had epilepsy, then they could actually manage those ones as well.
I understand. Yeah, I have a daughter with epilepsy, and I know often people don't know what to do when someone has a seizure, so it's the same scenario.
And you can imagine that in an early childhood centre, that if someone was that was known to have epilepsy, if they've got some midazolam or something which is ready to go, well, that's exactly what you'd want.
In your supplementary submission, you draw a comparison between medical administration standards in aged care and those operating in early childhood education and school settings. Could you outline for us the key differences in regulatory expectations and safeguards between the two systems, and how the aged care framework offers stronger protections, and in your view, what core principles should guide policymakers when determining an appropriate medication safety standard for children?
What's happening in aged care is that the law, the regulators are respecting that insulin is a drug that has the potential for catastrophic harm. People use it for murders, people use it for suicides. A big dose is potentially fatal. They're saying that's a little bit too dangerous. We need to actually, even though you can do the training, you're not going to do it. Ambulance officers can't administer insulin for those same reasons. But we then go to the most vulnerable, and all of a sudden, a worker without training can actually do this. So this is the inequity, the inequality, the contrast between pretending that someone is looking after your child as the next door neighbour and someone who is actually implementing workplace health and safety. Those children deserve and the educators deserve workplace health and safety oversight and regulation of what's going on. And otherwise it's a pretense, and I don't know why they pick on the children.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today and for your evidence. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday, the 11th of March 2026. The committee will now suspend for lunch and will return at 2 p.m. Thank you. From the Centre for Independent Studies. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Blaise Joseph, Director of the Education Program at the Centre for Independent Studies.
Trisha Jar, Research Fellow in the Education Program at the Centre for Independent Studies.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, or if you prefer to table the opening statement. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Good afternoon. The Centre for Independent Studies is an independent, non-partisan think tank. The CIS is funded through donations, does no commissioned research and receives no government funding. The Education Program conducts research and partners with policymakers and school systems to improve the quality of education in Australia. We would like to thank the committee for your invitation to give evidence today. We're very happy to be here and we hope our contribution will be helpful to you. We want to start by acknowledging the thousands of hard-working staff in early childhood education centres. There are three main ideas we wish to table as evidence before this inquiry. Firstly, claims that formal childcare benefits children in terms of their socio-emotional development and school readiness are contested. Evidence does not show a uniform benefit to children of all ages and backgrounds. There is almost no evidence suggesting formal childcare benefits children under the age of 3, while the evidence for preschool programs for older children in the 1 or 2 years before school is more consistently positive. The recently released First 5 Years project report from the Department of Education showed that attending formal childcare actually increases the risk of child development vulnerabilities compared to not attending formal childcare, after adjusting for children's backgrounds. In the absence of firm evidence of consistent benefits from formal childcare, there is a strong case for more closely considering issues of system cost and parental choice. Secondly, Australia's childcare system is becoming more expensive for taxpayers and administratively burdensome. The National Quality Framework, introduced in 2012, sought to harmonise standards across states, but now functions as a major cost driver, with limited evidence that regulations such as prescriptive staffing or qualification rules actually improve child outcomes. As the ACCC reported in 2023, childcare fees continue to rise faster than inflation and wages, and ever higher subsidies risk fuelling further price growth. According to the latest Productivity Commission report on government services, the median weekly cost of childcare increased by 32% in real terms between 2016 and 2025. In addition, federal government recurrent expenditure on childcare reached $16.2 billion in 2025, and total federal, state and territory government spending reached $20.4 billion, almost $13,000 per child in formal childcare, a 57% real increase in per child spending from 2016. For context, to give an idea of the size of this cost, there are approximately 1.8 million children aged between 0 and 5 in Australia, so government spending on childcare is equivalent to over $11,000 per child per year in this age range, or about $9,000 per child in federal government spending alone. So the federal government could instead simply give every family in Australia a $9,000 cash payment per year for every child between 0 and 5 years old for the same cost to the budget. Finally, parents desire greater choice. In 2019, the CIS with YouGov polled 521 working mothers, finding over half of these women would prefer greater access to informal care, such as that provided by a grandparent or friend. 2/3 of respondents supported government subsidies for informal care, even if this meant receiving less financial support. They also rated caregiver warmth, location and cost as more important than staff qualifications and early learning experiences. These findings are consistent with more recent polling from the New South Wales Productivity Commission. This indicates a clear desire among parents for more flexibility in childcare support. This could be met by a tiered family-centred funding model, for example, as outlined in our submission. Alternatively, the federal government could make a simple cash payment to every family, which they could then use however they wish. For instance, the government could simply reallocate the childcare subsidies to increase the size of the family tax benefit instead. Thank you, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. In your submission, you stress that children's needs differ markedly by age, and that uniform structures across 0 to 5 fail to reflect how development actually occurs. And in your opening statement, you referenced the under 3s in particular. Could you briefly walk the committee through how quality looks different in infancy, toddlerhood and at the preschool years, and why specifically policy design should reflect those developmental stages rather than impose a single one-size-fits-all institutional model?
Thank you, Senator. I'll start with preschool. That is an area where we have the best evidence, and the evidence there suggests that the primary function of preschool is to provide the school readiness, the pre-literacy, the pre-numeracy skills that are required to ensure that when children step through the door in their first day of prep or kindergarten, that they're there and they're able to make the most of that experience. So state governments have historically had a strong role in funding preschool, and that role is growing stronger with the attempts from, I think, Victoria in particular, Victoria and New South Wales, to extend that into 3-year-old preschool as well. And so we take no issue with that, the educational and school readiness focus of preschool programs, which are often part-time, often co-located with schools, often delivered by community services. Where I think the evidence starts to get murkier is the fact that we actually have very little evidence of what is needed, or what works in a formal care setting, formal non-parental care setting for children under that age. So, for instance, we know that parents, for instance, will value stability of caregiving and warmth, and will often, if they're able to do that, choose to send their younger children, particularly those under the age of 2, to care, non-parental care in an informal setting if they wish to do that, because the primary, the primary focus for children who are that young is stability, safety, warmth. That does change the situation significantly, whereas the system that we have at the moment is to say that we've got preschool, and that can sit separately and sometimes overlap with a formal childcare setting, but the other goals of care for which parents access that care, which are primarily about providing safety and warmth and stability in caregiving, that's something that is better reflected by there's no evidence that there's actually a benefit to children from that. And we have some data that we can talk the committee through later, which doesn't necessarily separate by age, but does speak to some of those issues around, say, cognitive skills and cognitive developmental vulnerabilities versus non-cognitive skills and non-cognitive developmental vulnerabilities.
Thank you. You also recommend a flexible 3-tier structure, spanning centre-based family daycare and licensed in-home or micro-group care, and occasional relative care meeting basic safety standards. How would this structure improve choice without increasing risk, in your view? Particularly, we've heard evidence over the span of the inquiry around, ensuring the safety of the child as being, the primary concern. How do we account for that if we don't have the regulatory frameworks in place that we would consider enhance that safety?
Well, that is the crucial question, Senator, so thank you for raising that. There is, as far as I'm aware, no longitudinal study in Australia suggesting that formal childcare decreases the risk of abuse or neglect. So it is something which is, I think there hasn't been high quality evidence collected or analysed on this topic in Australia to date. I think from our perspective, there are a lot of parents who do not currently use formal childcare and will not currently use it and will not choose to use it for various reasons. It just doesn't work for them and it isn't appropriate for their individual child. So from our perspective, we're thinking about how the government can financially support those parents. So those children are not going to be in formal childcare regardless, but the parents are not being financially supported. So in that sense, we're not even suggesting that we should try to decrease the proportion of children in childcare centres. I mean, that's a choice for individual parents in our view. But what we are saying is that the parents who choose not to use it, we should be able to financially support them in some way. And so the idea of a three-tiered approach would be that as the regulations increase, the financial support increases to reflect the fact that the regulatory burden is going to be more, is going to cost more, and so to be able to meet that. That is one approach to doing it. An alternative approach would be to do something like a simple cash payment or expanding the family tax benefits, so parents could then just use that money however they wish to care for their child.
Thank you. And just thinking about that a little bit more, when you talk about these three tiers, would you see that the movement of that a child could actually move between these tiers based on their age? So basically maybe there is, more children are accessing that formalised centre-based care and education when they're, maybe 2, 2.5, 3, and obviously you've spoken about that in your opening remarks for 3+ being that preschool year, and then perhaps being more focused on different types of options around in-home care or family daycare services when they're younger. Is that what you're sort of proposing with that?
Yes, that's right. It would logically make sense for some parents to move from Tier 3 to Tier 2 to Tier 1, to start off with occasional or relative care, move into more licensed in-home or microgroup care, and then eventually end up in a centre-based or family daycare. That would certainly make sense, given the evidence we have on the benefits of preschool and formal preschool especially, and the contested nature of the evidence around early childhood education in the earlier ages.
Some of the criticisms that we've heard about options for choice over the course of the inquiry and in some of the submissions has been around the fact that it diminishes the value of child educators within a structured centre-based setting. So what I'm trying to get an understanding of and sort of get some clarity from in terms of the evidence is to sort of say that if we're providing other choices, it's not necessarily saying that model isn't any good or that model doesn't serve a purpose. It just doesn't serve a purpose for every child from 0 to 5 at all times. It can be used at different points. So how would you see that operating like in an everyday practice for families as they shift? So if you had this $9,000 per year as an example for a family, is that for a set period unless they move to another model? How would that flexibility work if parents' needs are changing, and also perhaps if they need to use centre-based care 50% of the time but they want to use the other types of care for 50% of the time?
Thank you, Senator. I'll just address the first part. I think what you said about does this diminish the value of the formal care setting, and the answer to that is no, it does not. Much in the same way that people choosing how to arrange their own working and family life and using different types of services currently does not diminish the value of that formal care setting. There are always going to be families for whom that is their best option. Families, for example, who do not have parents who are living or parents who live close to them. For those families where they decide that they would like to engage in formal care, we still support a care system that enables them to meet that need. But we also know there are many families and that have preferences or needs that differ from that. So I don't think we should not labour under any misapprehension that this somehow devalues the care in that setting. It is all about the parent being the best placed person to decide how that actually works for them, and I think we should embrace that idea. To your, I guess, the second part of your question about how this would work on a day-to-day setting, I guess, we don't typically think of, say, paid parental leave as childcare, but in a sense it is, because we provide a transfer payment that is means tested, that is currently, I think, set at the minimum wage for around 6 months, because there is a belief that that reflects the fact that at that age, for the first 6 months, there is a case for providing financial assistance for a primary carer to be at home with that child. And for that payment to also sit flexibly alongside any workplace entitlements one or both parents might have. So there's already a recognition there that the physical act of birth is, quite a serious thing for women who give birth, and that for that first 6 months of bonding and attachment for families is important. And that's why, indeed, Corporate Australia and many businesses will also aim to support that, because they see that is part of supporting families to be productive in the workplace as well. So I guess the question that there are options open to the committee as to where that line would be drawn. Personally, I think that should sit with the evidence. I think for under twos, there is a very, very strong case for flexibility. Indeed, there is some research from the E61 Institute which looked at the labour supply impacts of the 2018 childcare reforms, which showed that for under two, the overall effect was that there was a slight increase in childcare usage, but not much of a labour supply impact. But if you look at the modelling they did of the counterfactual versus what actually happened from that policy change, there was definitely no impact for parents from under two. That, in addition to the research that we have done, suggests that parents have a strong preference, if they can make it that way, for under twos to engage in the sort of informal care. The thing about the subsidy, I think if we were to provide a cash payment, and I think, Blaze, you might be better placed to answer that part of the question.
Yeah, I think the very nature of a cash payment is that it's flexible and it's set in stone and it's consistent and it's predictable from the parent's perspective, so they know how much they're getting on their level of income, and then they can adjust as needed. And it might be in the earlier years, one thing works, and then later on in the years they want formal childcare. One child they might want to have informal childcare, another one they think, no, this particular child needs to be at home or needs to be in a smaller environment. So to give them that flexibility just means everything is so much easier and less stressful. So there's a real benefit of just having that flexibility from the parent's perspective.
Thank you. You noted that the National Quality Framework is a major cost driver, with limited evidence that prospective staffing or qualifications or documentation rules improve outcomes beyond basic safety. What kinds of rules are most likely to be high cost, low benefit that you are seeing, particularly in relation to any duplication that you're seeing? And what evidence should governments require before adding any new obligations that actually shift the focus away from the early education and care to the regulatory burdens?
Thank you. I'll take the first part of your question first about the kind of burdensome regulations. I wrote a report in 2014, which was shortly after the introduction of the National Quality Framework, which at that point made the case that there were some changes in the ratios and there were also changes in staffing qualifications. So, for instance, family daycare went from being a care setting that required no formal qualifications to being one that required, I think, Certificate 3s for the carers and diploma qualified educators. So what we see there is a pretty classic example of, I guess, what you call licensing creep, where there is a requirement for an additional level of qualifications. Now, granted, because I wrote that report in 2014, I am not aware of any research that has been done since then of the current regulatory environment that examines what the benefits of those regulations have been. Now, there have been studies of, say, preschool programs. There have been studies using the early development census. That data set doesn't typically account for the details of what kind of childcare was attended. So there's a big data gap about that would enable us to make really clear distinctions about what kinds of regulations are effective and therefore the cost might be justified and where the regulations are not effective. So I do have to specify that there is a massive gap in the data, and I would really encourage this committee to examine examine that fact as part of its overall deliberations. So the research that I did in yes, I state again, 2014, did suggest that there was, and this was drawn from, I think, the Productivity Commission draft report that was released around 2014 as well, that there was a stronger case for lower ratios for younger children. And there was a stronger case for, I guess, what you might call learning-based qualifications for older children. And that would align perfectly with what we've discussed so far, which is that for younger children, the priority should be care, safety, warmth, etc., which is best provided in as small group or small ratio setting as possible, whereas for older children, the emphasis should be more on learning, which can be done in bigger groups. So I don't have the exact recommendations of that Productivity Commission report to hand, that original Productivity Commission report. I would recommend that there is a closer look at those recommendations, but my recollection is that that was one of the things that they recommended. We also have, there was definitely, at the time, the sector was concerned that introductions of other elements of the national quality agenda, such as the need to introduce, I think there were quality improvement plans or something like that, that was something that was increasing, I guess what we might call regulatory and administrative burden. And in particular, there was concern from people working in those settings that regulatory burden was actually taking time away from children. So that's something that, again, you know, the research on that is a bit old at this stage, because it all came out of the consultation process that took place, you know, we're talking almost 15 years ago now. So there may have been further developments in that area, or there may be room to do further consultation with the sector to see where that sits. But I would think that there is ample room to examine having more of a care and safety focus for younger children and more of an education focus for older children, to ensure that the kind of regulatory needs are proportionate to the benefits and the costs.
Thank you. And just very briefly, why do you think there is a gap in that research? Why do you think it's like that's not something that's been looked at, particularly given the issues and concerns that we've had for, you know, quite a period of time, that isn't something that's been drilled down into to see actually, you know, is the one-size-fits-all institutional model still fit for purpose?
I'll just, and then I will go to you. Thank you. That's a great question, and one that I can only give a speculative answer to. Some of the best data that we have, and that some of the earliest studies of childcare that I looked at in my 2014 report came from a data set called LSAC, so the Longitudinal Study of Australian Children. Now, LSAC had two cohorts. One cohort was the K cohort, so the kindergarten cohort. They were not used to kind of assess childcare impacts because they were too old, essentially, when the collection started. They also had a B cohort, which was age 0 to 1 when LSAC began, which was around 2003, 2004. So those children have well and truly aged out of the system by 2009-10, which means that the data on those children cannot be used to make any judgments about the contemporary post-NQF world, which is the world that we are in. My best guess as to why we don't have, say, another LSAC or something like that would be that it is quite costly to do research like that. What we do have is we have a data set called, a study thing called Evidence for Kids, as well as the Australian Early Development Census. And the Early Development Census in particular is based on surveys of classroom teachers in their child's first year of school. There are numerous things that are very effective about that, and I'll invite Blaise to talk about some of the Department of Education's use of the AEDC data. But one of the things that it doesn't do is it doesn't account for the different types of care or the hours of care or whether a child was in a perhaps only attended preschool or attended formal childcare or attended formal childcare from when they were 0 versus when they were 3 years old. We don't necessarily have that. why that is the case. I think it's hard for academics and experts and quantitative type people or social researchers to kind of look into those questions if the data's not there. So I guess that would be my best speculation about that. And Blaise, could you?
Very briefly, Senator, I just really would like to highlight this first 5 years project report released in December from the Department of Education. It's the highest quality longitudinal study in recent years done on the relationship between formal childcare use and student outcomes, in this case, development vulnerabilities. And that does show that there's actually a negative, it estimates that there's a negative effect of attending formal childcare compared to informal childcare, regardless of the quality of childcare, once you control for student background. So that's what the most high quality recent data seems to show.
Okay, thank you. And my final question, you recommend shifting quality assessment toward observed educator-child interactions. What would a practical measurement framework look like for that? You know, something that's reliable, scalable, and again, not overly burdensome, where we actually don't see the educator spending more time ticking boxes on their iPad than spending time on care and education.
That's a great question, and it's difficult to answer in the sense that I think it relies on first clarity about what we actually want quality to look like for children of different age groups. Yeah. So currently we have, in fact, we've had an accreditation system that's existed since the early 90s, and under the National Quality Framework that sort of state-based, that became a national framework, and we have a CEQA. I can't remember the exact acronym at the moment, but that agency that is responsible for working with states and territories to go in and assess what they call process quality. So that the structural quality are the things that governments can regulate, which are things like ratios, qualifications, etc. And the process quality is actually what's happening in the centre. So the recommendation is that we should focus more on what's happening in the centre than necessarily what the regulatory inputs are. But again, for instance, part of that is that there's an early years learning and development framework. It's an early years learning framework in Victoria. It's a Victorian early years and learning and development framework. But that's expected that all children are going to be able to be progressing along that framework. Is that appropriate for all children? Is that something that may be appropriate for children older than 2? Those are the sorts of questions that I think there is room to potentially look at that. But I think that the core thing that we actually need to work out is because at the moment we have this sort of we've mentioned there's a one-size-fits-all service, but we're trying to we're trying to have preschool, which is fundamentally about school readiness, which benefits all children, that the evidence is pretty strong on that. We also have this desire to make sure that we're supporting children who might be, for various reasons, developmentally vulnerable, whether that's because of their socioeconomic status, might be a disability status, might be a kind of a cultural background, English learning issue that might make them increase risk. And we also have we also have this system that is nominally, at least when it began, was intended to provide support for parents to engage in paid work. And we're asking one system to do all 3 things. In reality, it seems to me that once there is a clearer sense of what is trying to be achieved, that you may start to say that, well, we want to make this federal childcare approach more about engaging in paid work, because that does align with various interests of the federal government, with taxes and transfers and kind of productivity and all those things. For when it comes to school readiness, we might decide that that's something that's better off with a state government level. When it comes to providing developmental, support for developmentally vulnerable children, we might decide that that's something that's best done by local councils in conjunction with non-profits and state governments where necessary. This is perhaps not quite the answer you were looking for, but to make the point that we cannot talk about what quality looks like or what quality burden or what kind of regulations we might reduce without first examining what it is that we want the system to do and what's appropriate for the federal government to do. compared to other levels of government.
Thank you. And it sort of leads into that whole thing that whilst, you know, the care and education vary across different age groups, so does the quality then based on whether you're 6 months old or 3.5 years old getting ready for school.
That's right.
Yeah. Thank you for your time today and thank you for your evidence. If you have taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday the 11th of March 2026. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
I now welcome representatives from the Australian Services Union via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? I don't think yes, I think we can hear voices now.
Yeah. I would like to start by introducing myself. My name is Valentina Olivares. I am the organizer at the United Services Union for Early Childhood Education and Care. We are representing more than 300
If I could just have each person introduce themselves first. Thank you.
I'm Evan Gray. I'm a delegate with the United Services Union, the New South Wales branch.
Thank you.
I'm Cassandra Sumners. I'm with the USU. I'm a delegate with them from the Northern Region branch.
Thank you.
My name is Zoe Edwards. I'm the Deputy Branch Secretary of the ASU VicTAS branch and here with my colleague Steph Chiron, who is our ECEC organiser. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that everyone? Yes?
No, I'm sorry, I'm trying to unmute.
We heard you there, so I think you are unmuted now.
Thank you. Margaret Harrison from a USU delegate in the government sector before and after school care.
Thank you so much. Now, I'll invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. I understand that a number of witnesses do have opening statements, so you are free to table those, and just being mindful of time, if we could keep those brief as well, if you would like to make your statement verbally. Thank you. Do you have a predetermined order, or do you want me to call through?
If that is okay, we can start by introducing briefly the United Services Union, which is the New South Wales state branch of the Australian Services Union. We have submitted the recommendation in collaboration with the Australian Services Union. We are representing our dedicated local government educators who are working across over 300 services in New South Wales. We are here to bring their voices. Local government educators, despite of being employed under council-run services, they are facing the same precarious working conditions, the same as educators at the private sector. Their lack of recognition in remuneration is common among the sector. The lack of recognition for the dedicated roles, the unexisting breaks or the limited breaks for lunch, which is also unpaid, only 30 minutes during the daily routines. There is a lack of recognition for leadership roles, such as the room leader or the nominated supervisor, which is the center director. The lack of recognition for essential roles, such as the nappy changing roles. And despite the substantial public investment from the government, which is welcome from the United Services Union and our workforce, for example, the worker retention payment, which unfortunately hasn't been delivered for every educator at the local government level. And also it was involving an overwhelming process and excessive paperwork for providers. And unfortunately, this is it has been a short-term allowance, which is not reflecting a real pay rise for the sector. We are also deeply concerned about the chronic underfunded inclusion support program, which unfortunately doesn't meet the current demand in early childhood education. And we are finally calling for the government to provide public investment, public funding to be delivered to local government services to unlock the access for free early childhood education. We would like to provide existing local government centres to open the access for universal early childhood education. And we are also calling for an urgent review of educator to child ratios. We know that the only way to secure the safety and safety protection regulation within the sector for every child in Australia is by reducing the ratios, which currently are too high in Australia. We are calling for the reduction to 1:2 for babies, the babies room, 1:3 for toddlers, 1:5 for preschool children, and 1:15 for OSH services. Now, I would like to hand over to our delegate, Cassandra Sumners.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cassandra Sumners. I work for local government and my role is a nominated supervisor for a mobile preschool. I strongly believe that an increase to funding for local government services is essential, particularly in rural communities. Within my LGA, there is a small rural town that has no access to early education and care other than what we provide with the mobile service. So we go there 2 days a week, which is 12 hours of care a week for the children. For many families, their only other alternative is to drive 2 hours each day to access care elsewhere. These families are deeply connected with their communities. They manage cattle on farms, they're working in local restaurants or wineries, they're working from home, they're navigating maternity leave or manage with only one licensed driver or one car. The limited access places significant strain on family life, employment and children's continuity to learn. Many of the children currently attending will transition to school next year, so they're going from 2 days a week with us to what's going to be 5 days a week. And without increased access now, their transition may be challenging for both their social and emotionally development. Families have consistently expressed a strong desire for an extra day out there, and when I put it through to my council, they were unable to offer this due to funding, so the need wasn't able to be met. Greater investment in local government early education services is an investment in equity and rural sustainability, because these children in rural areas deserve the same opportunity as children in the metropolitan areas. On to Evan.
Thank you, Cassandra. So I think as a sector, we're burning out and breaking down, to be quite honest. We have severe churn with many educators probably still planning on leaving the job within the next year, which is not because we don't love our jobs or the children that we educate and care for. It's because educators and children are being set up to fail by a system that right now does not feel like it has our best interests in heart. I'm lucky that I've worked at some of the best centres you can find, and I see educators going above and beyond every time. But many of my co-workers have gone home with bruises every other day for the past few years, and others have broken down crying from the stress. Other parts of the sector would probably have it worse. This isn't something that could be fixed by mental wellbeing workshops or Are You OK days, and while the worker retention payment was welcome, we need a genuine long-lasting pay rise, not just a temporary pay bump, which in New South Wales, our council-run centres have no surety on what will happen after the end. We deserve an ongoing pay rise, and we also deserve more than compliance and the end of under-the-roof loopholes. We need a real change to staffing ratios. As a delegate in the United Services Union, I'm supporting our leadership's call for ratios change to 1:2 for babies, 1:3 for toddlers, 1:5 for preschoolers, with never less than 2 educators alone. Staffing ratios cannot be set with a bare minimum standard of safety in mind when so much of our sector is held in private hands. Ratios instead need to be set to best meet the needs of educators and children. And as someone who works a lot with disabled children, I think a huge part of this puzzle is disability. Early intervention is vital, and we are setting disabled children up for failure if we don't implement it properly. And funding for additional staff to support disabled children to cover the full hours of a child's enrolment, and these resources should be built into a centre's funding so that education care is ready to be inclusive of the child's first day. That's not how it works right now. People have to jump through paperwork, get inadequate funding. This is not really inclusive. So if it were inclusive, we would have that funding embedded, and it would also mean in-house speech pathologists, occupational therapists who can collaborate with educators, as many of us have taken on de facto healthcare roles, which are above and beyond what we expected when we got into the job. And these measures might sound costly, but there's no price too high for children's safety. And so we need to be making sure that we're investing in local government and investing in educators, because that is an investment in children. So we need to have a public system with decent ratios that actually supports disabled children. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I guess on to Margaret.
Yeah, thank you, Evan. Margaret Harrison with the USU delegate, and I'm with a local government not-for-profit organisation. I agree with everything that Evan just said, and basically my area is within the outside of school hours care. Before and after school care, as some people call it, is an area of open and free play where children can express themselves. Educators in that field encompass all aspects of a child's physical, social and emotional well-being and development under the guide of the My Time, Our Place. In that, our children's ages span from 4.5 years of age up to 12 years. Within that scope, they can spend up to 6 hours a day with us. That's a long time in a child's life. The ratios that we have are 1 to 15. Now, within that amount of time and the issues that children have to cover, and if we've got one educator for 15 children, within those 15 children, as Evan touched on, we will have one out of every 5 that will have some additional needs that are required, whether that be emotional, physical, whatever. We then have to then decide what that need is and support and offer support, read it and minimise any problems. This dynamic then presents additional and emotional physical stress to educators and to children, as some children's behaviour can escalate into verbal and physical abuse of both other children and educators. Educators' responsibilities over the years and the number of additional responsibilities have significantly increased with a variety of labels, most of them starting with those wonderful words, leader or responsible person. They come with a label and additional responsibilities, but guess what? They don't come, they come with a lot of extra stress, but with little or no financial remuneration and questionable to no training for the additional roles. These add-on roles are recognised across the industry from site to site, and some of them are just, for example, outdoor leader, team leader, responsible person, but they're titles within our field. The stages or what educators and the scope that we deal with has broadened in before and after school care dramatically. It includes complex and varied emotional needs of our children at critical stages of their life. And I'll just throw a few out there, transforming from preschool or home into primary school, then transforming from primary school into high school. And another one that people forget is a lot of them are also navigating even puberty. We have a number of children that have suffered from trauma, whether it be through family or abuse or family breakdown or loss of a family member. We then need to also look at that. They have come to us with a lot of social confusion, and the latest Bondi one is one that we have to support and give them guidance and give them a safe place. to be able to heal and understand the world that they live in. So it's a very broad scope, and Evan touched on it when he said we've picked up a lot of these pseudo roles. Training for educators on these sensitive issues is not included in any depth or degree. It's learnt on the job experience. We will get some added training. We're very fortunate where I am, and we are very supported in these, but there is no more room to just increase responsibilities and roles and give it a lovely title and send us on our merry way. We have hit the absolute maximum capacity of what we can do. So, and we're not 100% confident we are keeping all our children safe 100% of the time. It's unrealistic. And our ratios of 1 to 15 is not realistic. Our ratios need to change in before and after school care down to 1 to 10. We also need to look at the training and have that training industry specific. Take it back to TAFE. Take it back under the government umbrella. Look at it where it's the best training available to provide the best training for our children, especially when you consider a ratio of 1 to 5 children may be in a position of some form of abuse. That's frightening. We also need to review and acknowledge the roles that all our educators across the board play and look at paying them accordingly. Acknowledge the skills included, and that's across the board. We've been so submissive and so quiet, but I can assure you that there is a heartbeat and a drum roll starting to beat across this industry, especially hearing about all the abuse of these children. There is an underlying swell of educators, and it's going to be heard loud and clear, I believe, in the not too distant future. How do we solve it? I know the government doesn't necessarily like it, but I believe the only way we can is if we take control of childcare, put it under a government universal process, look at the training, look at the quality of education and care, and develop it from there. So that's my butterbox. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the opening statements completed there? Yes? Okay. I might just ask a couple of quick questions before going to... Oh, no.
Sorry, we have some more statement from Victoria.
Okay.
Would be possible?
Noting we just have 12 minutes left of the entire session, but that is okay if you have one more statement.
Hi, my name's Steph. I am a ASU organiser for Victoria and Tasmania. We cover 30 councils with 76 centres. There's roughly about 3,000 educators under our umbrella. I was formerly an educator for local government across 2 councils for about 12 years. So I will be speaking about the experience of Victoria. In my experience, we have our local government educators tend to be in their jobs for a very long time because their, conditions and pay that they receive at local government is fought for hard by the ASU, so they tend to be in their jobs for a long time. I've worked with multiple educators that have worked in the sector for longer than I've been alive. Some of them over 40 years. They started out as a mothercraft nurse, and now they're continuing through with their career at local government. We believe that funding needs to be redirected to local government because we do provide a higher quality care and it is much safer, and that's because of the leadership structures that a lot of our centres have. A lot of the time, particularly with children with additional needs or showing, challenging behaviours, we're quite easily able to refer them to a maternal child and health nurse, which is on site. And, the best sort of outcomes come from that for children. We also have a high level of like professional development. So most of our centres have at least 1 to 2 days child-free per year just dedicated to professionally developing their educators. That's inclusive of frequent, sometimes once or twice a year, child safe training. That could be an in-house council thing coming from a child safety team, or as well as Victoria and federal government mandatory training. So there's a huge focus on that in Victoria, which we believe is why our councils are able to deliver a higher quality service. That was my message. I want to keep it brief so we can continue.
Thank you so much. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for the evidence you've shared with us today, your personal experiences, and also for the work you each do every day, either as educators or representing our incredible educators. We really do value your work and appreciate it. And with the few questions I have, I really wanted to focus on the importance of a stable, well-supported workforce to helping keep children safe in early learning settings. And, of course, it matters to supporting their development, but there's a particular issue here too when it comes to safety. So I was hoping to get a reflection on that. I don't really know who to direct that question to because there's quite a few of you, but if someone wanted to jump in.
I can speak to that if that's okay with everyone.
Thanks,
Steph. We tend to have a higher quality service based on the fact that, again, we have longer term educators. Most educators stay in their job for a very long time, definitely in Victoria in a council role. I've seen educators who've literally, cared for and educated children generations of families, which is really special. So they really know those families. We also have a lot of safeguards which I think is a brilliant model for other services to use. One of our inner city metro councils, which has a lot of referrals from, different organisations. So a lot of very vulnerable families, refugee background, families that are suffering from physical and mental health issues. Those children are generally referred to these cancelled centres because they have that kind of safeguard of having, child safe teams within the organisation, as well as the expertise of knowing how to work with children and, sort of knowing how their behaviours can, present and observing it and then advocating that they get that extra support. We also have, I'm going to talk about City of Yarra, which is a Melbourne Metro council. They tend to have their centres within commission housing areas. They have not only a child safe team that works for the whole council, but they also will reduce numbers of groups so that they're able to meet the need of the children rather than, the need of, making money, I guess. We're non-for-profit. So one example is a kinder room that has I think about 8 children with additional needs. They've reduced their number from 33 to 15 with 3 educators so that those children are getting the support they need. One of the sort of problems that I think all services are experiencing is when you apply for funding, you're not always going to get it. Parents aren't always on board with it. And that doesn't mean that the child doesn't need support. The child, regardless, whether it's a challenging behaviour, something they're experiencing at home, they need to have support, and it shouldn't be a funding thing. I think we can talk about changing the ratio, but we can also hold those providers accountable when they don't supply support when educators are asking for it or families. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. We're short on time, so I'll just put one more to you. But I'm interested, we've spoken a bit about the government's 15% worker retention payment. Are you seeing early evidence of that helping to keep educators staying in your sector for longer?
So I would like to address that question if that is okay, because I have been working closely to get providers on board to encourage local governments to apply for the worker retention payment. Unfortunately, only 39 out of 52 eligible local governments in New South Wales have applied to the federal grant, and only 9 out of 39 that have applied have received that funding. That funding is helping right now. Any extra dollar is important and welcome to retain during 2 years. Unfortunately, this year is finishing the grant, the program. However, it's not enough. It has been insufficient. The paperwork and the application process was overwhelming, which of course increased the barrier from the provider to apply to the federal grant. But apart from salaries and working conditions, it is surprising that educators are burned out mainly because of the working conditions, along with salaries. Salaries matter, of course, but for example, in education, ratios matter. Ratios make a difference. I am visiting hundreds of centres during my regular visits during the weeks across New South Wales, from regional to metropolitan centres, and I can see the exhausted faces. I can see them burn out, and they are leaving the sector mainly not just because of the salaries, because of the working conditions, which are precarious. What I can see right now is modern slavery. The way the educators work right now is called modern slavery. They don't have time to go out for a coffee. They don't even have time for toilet during the day, which is inhuman. So what we are doing right now with the workforce in early childhood education is shame. It's a disaster. So I don't know how to call this, but it's inhuman. They have human rights as well. So this is urgent. This is an urgent call to fix the sector. We would like to secure public funding for local government centres, not to continue charging fees to the families. This is to unlock access for free early childhood education. We are asking for something completely different, which is the transition to this big reform in early childhood education, but hopefully by providing proper working conditions to educators. And ratios matter, along with salaries, and that worker retention payment, unfortunately, was insufficient.
Can I just make a point too with that worker retention payment? Mm-hmm. Preschool educators in local government weren't eligible for it. Luckily, my council was able to, because there was only 2 of us, was able to pitch in for it. But a lot of the services didn't get it because they were preschool educators, and the preschool educators weren't eligible for it. So a lot of preschool teachers are still leaving because they weren't eligible for it.
May I just jump in here as well, Senator Smith? I think it is important, though, to acknowledge that we welcomed local government's inclusion in this program, and what it has done is recognise the value of fair pay in retaining workers and how essential that is to quality care, continuity of care. So I think we have seen some of local government come on. I think it's worth just pointing out local government in many cases is paid 20% above the award because of many decades of enterprise bargaining, at least in Victoria. That is why all of the features of quality, that's why people stay in the sector. So programs like the WRP are wages in the sector because retention of quality educators is really the key to the delivery of quality services. So we certainly did welcome that program, and it's been fantastic to see it rolled out in parts of local government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Edwards. I think that might be the end of my allocation, so I'll pass the call. Thanks, Senator Kvasik.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I have 2 very quick questions also, given that we are already out of time. Mr Gray, I was very interested in your comments about what everyday work life is like, and in particular your comments around jumping through the paperwork. And we've had a number of different witnesses talk about the regulatory burden and duplication of some of that paperwork that could instead be time spent, on their early educational care of children. Could you sort of give me a brief sort of idea of the type of things that sort of you seem to be doing that might not be necessary or might be duplications that take you away from the core work that you would like to be doing and should be doing?
I think about how, as a simple example, cuts to funding have meant that we don't have full-time admin in a lot of places. And so directors are often busy doing paperwork, lots of paperwork, applying for grants, when they could be on-the-floor directors that are mentoring us. I think about how many photos that we end up taking. And I think about how the latest child safety measures are about making sure that reports happen quicker, which is fine, when they should be about investing in more staff and better paid staff so that we have better standards. And this is not something that's happened. For instance, I haven't even received the worker retention payment yet. But I would love to see that disabled children get more support with more staff and a better functioning system that has more training, rather than the fact that, like, my director have to be busy in the office all time, or that we have constant requests for taking photos, or any of the new safety measures that have come in.
Thank you so much. Ms Olivares, you mentioned in your opening statement that despite being not-for-profit, council-run services still charge high fees that continue to increase each year. From a policy perspective, if you're able to tell me briefly, if the system were to shift further toward publicly delivered or publicly funded centre-based care, what safeguards would be needed to prevent costs continually escalating for taxpayers, given that example from local government or council services?
So we have mentioned that the approach that the United Services Union is recommending now is to provide public funding, could be federal funding or state government or a combination of both, similar to the school system, the school funding in New South Wales, in Australia, to secure free access to early childhood education with, of course, better salaries and better working conditions to retain and attract the best educators and to prevent perpetrators within the sector. That's the main purpose, to protect children, but also to improve the working conditions for educators by reducing the ratios. To reduce the ratio, we need to be able to attract the best educators, high-skilled workers within the sector. The only way to attract high-skilled educators is by offering better working conditions. Okay. If my employer is capable to provide a longer paid break, longer paid meal break, not just 30 minutes, but at least 60 minutes, 45 minutes of paid meal break, an additional 15 minutes in the morning for morning tea, additional 15 minutes in the afternoon for break, that would make a difference.
So essentially you're saying that the total cost burden should be removed from the parents and put onto the government so that the taxpayer funds the system fully?
Yes, taxpayer, essentially, yes.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing today and for your ongoing advocacy and work in the sector. You highlight delays and bureaucratic issues in the inclusion support program. Can you please provide some specific examples of these issues and maybe how these barriers or delays affect children with additional needs?
Can I give a brief overview of Victoria? So when that sort of happens, in my experience, I've seen applications being made, they've been stalled and taken a long time. I know I've seen, one child that was diagnosed with autism at 3, but didn't receive any funding to after 4 years old, that funding had a huge shortfall, so this child was full-time. He was only funded for 15 hours a week, whereas that child was, spending a lot more time in the program than that. So that's when you do get funding. It's quite often denied as well. You have the burden of proof that this child needs support without the people making the decision actually seeing the child and meeting the family. And as I sort of mentioned earlier, before anything, before any funding is applied for, you have to speak to the family first. And not every time a family will be on board with that funding, because it is daunting to hear that what they're hearing is something's wrong with their child, when what we're asking is to get better support, early intervention and get them school ready. So there's that challenge to start off with. But I can also say that, as an educator myself and the educators I work with, you don't really need to label the child to get funding or to get them support. And I think that's the baseline of the issue. If a child is experiencing a challenging behaviour, it could be a myriad of reasons why. It could be because the family's moved homes, so they just need a little bit of support through that period. Or, many things, or they, might be on the spectrum. You never know. But the point is that the child should not be labelled just to get support. I'll pass to New South Wales.
Maybe just briefly, because I've got a couple more questions I want to get through, but appreciate if there's anything additional, please do put it on notice as well.
Yeah.
But does someone else want to briefly respond?
I'll just briefly add that services can't be inclusive if you have a process whereby you have to wait to jump through that funding, right? And that incentivises a lot of services to say, actually, this one's too hard. And I've heard of, because some of the services I've worked at are de facto specialists, and some of our children are just rejected on their first day. The service will be like, it's too hard. And we need to be putting that in before if we want to have a genuinely inclusive education system.
And I just would like to add that unfortunately in Australia, the public funding for the inclusion support program is going, before going to the provider, is going to the inclusion agencies, private agencies, such as Lady Growery, KU, who are managing Deloitte is the manager of this funding. And those workers, they have salaries as well. We have senior management staff there receiving, I don't think they are receiving a minimal remuneration. But anyway, that is another big issue as well affecting this funding.
Thank you very much for that evidence. And Mr Gray, you also referenced the recommended lower educated child ratios. And you mentioned, I think, loopholes around under the roof. How do you see these playing out? And do you have direct experience of the impact on safety and quality that finding ways to diminish ratio requirements might cause?
So I'm lucky in that some of my centres, because I often find myself in disability support shifts, like a lot of the inclusion shifts as a casual, and I'm lucky that a lot of my centres are above ratio as a result. But the stories that I've heard from so many of my classmates are savage, or that I've heard from co-workers. One speaks about how in a previous workplace, their director would sit in a office and look through cameras and then count herself in the ratios of those rooms, right? People are being creative all of the time. And I think when there's a profit motive, under the roof is just this massive leeway that is undefined, ambiguous in the eyes of many providers, whether they're doing it correctly. And I think, correctly it would be that you've got your eyes on a child and they're allowed to go in and out a little bit, that kind of thing, right? But that's not actually what it's become in this hyper-privatised system where less than, I think, 10% now are publicly run, despite the huge public investment. So others, I hear about the fact that people who are counted in ratio are just doing 17 nappies in a row. That's not in ratio, right? That's kind of the simplest bits of under the roof, or you're standing between two rooms and you're counted, right? It's actually nonsensical. That's why we actually just need to have a ratio system that's not built on the minimum that people can then try to get around, but is actually built to the optimum, because children deserve nothing less than what they actually need as opposed to the bare minimums to function.
Thank you very much. I have got more questions that I'll put on notice around the worker retention payment and other pieces, but again, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you all for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday, the 11th of March 2026. Thank you again. I will now welcome representatives from the Australian Skills Quality Authority via video conference.
Thank you, Chair.
The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Thank you, Chair. Saxon Rice, Chief Executive Officer, Australian Skills Quality Authority.
Chair Vidushi Jana, Deputy CEO, ASQA. Thanks.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement if you choose, or to table a statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a short opening statement. I thought it would assist the committee if I provided some updated data and information since we provided our submission in September last year. Now, ASQA's focus is, of course, on the training providers that deliver the vocational education and training qualifications that are mandatory in the early childhood education and care sector. And in relation to the delivery of ECEC qualifications through the vet sector, as at the 31st of December 2025, of the 3,836 registered training organisations that ASQA regulates, 396 providers have ECEC qualifications on their registration. That's just over 10% of all providers and an increase on the numbers of total providers since we provided our submission. 152 of those providers are approved to deliver ECEC qualifications under their CRICOS registration, which is to overseas students studying in Australia on a student visa. There are still 18 dual sector providers that are registered under both ASQA and Texas schemes. And this financial year, 24 providers have added ECEC qualifications to their scope of registration. That's either existing providers adding to their scope of registration or new providers entering the sector. As outlined in our submission, ASQA undertakes a thorough annual environmental scan and intelligence assessment each year, and that informs our regulatory risk priorities on an annual basis. We're currently addressing 6 deeply interconnected regulatory risk priorities, being shortened course duration, student work placement, non-genuine providers and bad faith operators, recognition of prior learning, academic integrity, and marketing, recruitment and delivery of international education. While each of these risk themes is relevant across the whole of the vet sector, each theme is directly connected to the delivery of ECEC qualifications. And given the circular interdependency between the vet sector and the ECEC sector, being that the ECEC workforce depends on vet to provide the sector with credentialed educators, and the vet sector depends on the ECEC providers to host and supervise mandatory placement of students. These risk priorities act as force multipliers of risk to both sectors. So it's for these reasons that ASQA has been proactive in our role as the national regulator of vet, and has been responding with a dedicated regulatory treatment campaign since June 2025. And that's focused on all providers delivering or seeking to deliver ECEC qualifications. This has resulted in the following outcomes as at the 31st of December 2025. We've undertaken 334 regulatory activities that are completed, with a further 26 activities underway, including compliance investigations, site visits, performance assessments and evidence reviews relating to higher risk providers. And we've also rejected 8 applications to enter the vet sector as a new provider with ECEC qualifications on their scope of registration. More serious regulatory action has included cancelling or not renewing the registration of providers, and during the period from the 1st of July 2024 to the 31st of December 2025, ASQA has cancelled the registration of 12 RTOs that had ECEC qualifications on their scope of registration. Of those former 12 RTOs, we have cancelled 4,500 ECEC qualifications and or statements of attainment issued during specific periods to 3,893 individuals by 4 of those former RTOs. As at the 31st of January 2026, we have also issued notices of intent to cancel a further 157 ECEC qualifications, and those matters are still under consideration. The reason for cancelling those qualifications typically related to findings that the 4 former providers did not deliver the necessary training or assessment required for the awarding of the qualifications, largely as a result of insufficient RPL practices and or inadequate trainers and assessors. And as at 31st of January 2026, we have cancelled a total of more than 40,000 qualifications and statements of attainment since October 2024. Of all of those matters, there have been 97 appeals to the Administrative Review Tribunal by individuals who've had their qualifications cancelled. Of those 97, 13 of those individuals had ECEC qualifications cancelled. Of those 13, 2 of those applications have been withdrawn by the applicant, 3 have been dismissed by the tribunal, 7 remain active appeals, and 1 appeal was set aside by the tribunal. We continue to strengthen our intelligence and scanning of ECEC training providers and connections with key stakeholders across Commonwealth and states and territories. And throughout all of that work, we have ensured effective mechanisms for systematically sharing relevant data and information with all relevant departments and regulators. Our focus remains on protecting children, students and public confidence in the vet system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you also for joining us. Are you aware of any providers or allegations of any providers using student placements to fulfil staffing ratio requirements?
Senator, I'd have to check our data coming through our complaints or tip-off line to see whether that's been specifically identified. We have, since October 2024, October 2023, had our tip-off line established, and that has certainly generated significant numbers and increasing numbers of information coming through that channel. And that's what we use to inform a lot of our regulatory activities. So that specific context, I'm happy to look at whether we've got any further detail on that, but it's not something that's been identified for me so far.
Thank you. That'd be great. I've heard reports through to our office about that sort of thing occurring. So anything on notice, please. What challenges or gaps have you identified in how RTOs deliver training and assess competency, especially where digital online methods are used instead of in-person delivery?
Thanks for the question, Senator. Some of the risks that have come through, I guess, or insights from the regulatory treatment campaign that I outlined in my opening statement have included where inappropriate or inconsistent use of digital recordings as being the primary assessment evidence without the assurance or without sufficient assurance of authenticity or competence has been identified as one of the issues. There's 2 further, I guess, themes that have been identified through that work, and that's also an over-reliance on third-party workplaces to generate assessment evidence with limited RTO oversight, and also variable provider understanding of some of the regulatory expectations, including instances where guidance was not embedded into assessment systems. And perhaps slightly more specifically around some of the requirements associated with digital recordings. That's an area that we have collaborated with ASEQA and the training package holders in human ability, as well as the Department of Education and Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, to co-author specific guidance to all providers in relation to their obligations as it relates to the use of digital mechanisms as part of the assessment and the holdings of those ultimately. That's also been one of the areas that we've focused on throughout the whole of the treatment campaign across all providers that have the qualifications on scope.
Thank you very much. I've got some more questions, but I'll pop them in on notice and pass on to one of the other members.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Your submission talks about a number of things ASCA is doing to ensure high-quality training from the institutions that are running ECEC courses. What are some of the most important things you think your agency can be doing to improve quality and safety across the workforce and the sector more broadly?
Thank you for that question, Senator. What we've tried to do with our regulatory treatment campaign is take that holistic approach. So we're focused both at a prevention level and educative level with providers so that we can use those mechanisms through guidance, but also through some of our performance assessments to ensure that providers are fully understanding of their obligations. An example is probably in relation to that guidance that we issued around obligations as it relates to the use of digital mechanisms. And we tested the providers' understanding of that through a phone call campaign and including to have conversations. We certainly have data that some of the providers weren't previously aware of their obligations in relation to that and stopped using those mechanisms as a result of that engagement. So we're focused on it both at a prevention and educative level to really ensure that the standards are well understood and providers are meeting those. But then also in where we are identifying poor practice or non-genuine behaviours, that we're using the full suite of our regulatory tools available to us to take whatever action is needed, whether that's suspension, cancellation of providers, and ensuring that they're rectifying the issues that we identify.
Thank you. I have a couple of other questions, but Chair, I note we're behind time, so I'm happy to put them on notice in the interest of sharing the call, if that's helpful.
Thank you so much. That's greatly appreciated. Thank you, Senator Smith. I'll be very quick as well and happy to put mine on notice, but I just have a couple of quick ones. You say that the 2025-26 targeted ECEC campaign has already undertaken over 320 activities. Can you sort of give us a brief overview of what you're finding so far and what the most common compliance failure is and what the strongest enforcement levers are that you're using?
Sure, thank you, Chair. So we've undertaken, as I say, a broad suite of different activities associated with that campaign. It's involved a phone call campaign with providers that have, the entire campaign is focused on all providers that have the qualifications on scope. It's also included site visits. We have a number of performance assessments and other evidence reviews as part of that campaign. We're about to also include the use of independent validation of student assessments as a further tool to ensure that that providers are both doing what's needed, but that we've also got visibility and some further industry feedback through that mechanism. As I touched on in my opening statement, the more significant and serious outcomes of some of that work has included the cancellation of providers and the removal of their registration. So we've certainly undertaken that or needed to employ that mechanism on 12 occasions. And in 4 of those occasions, we've actually also then perhaps in the most serious of outcomes moved to cancel the qualifications issued by 4 of those former providers. Where we had significant concerns, obviously, for the safety of children around the issuance of the qualifications and the circumstances within which that was undertaken. And so that's resulted in I have the total there, total number of cancelled qualifications being 4,500 to date, but with 157 further notices of intent to cancel those qualifications currently under consideration.
Thank you. And with those cancelled qualifications or statements of attainment, what does this mean for the quality of child safety on the ground? And how are employers meant to detect those affected credentials, particularly if there are people working across multiple centres?
Indeed, and this is one of the areas that we worked collaboratively with both the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations ASEQA and all state and territory ECEC regulators at the time that we first embarked on the need to consider the cancellation of individual qualifications. So ASQA ourselves don't have visibility of the ECEC workforce, but we certainly have been able to share the relevant data with key stakeholders, including state and territory ECEC regulators. At the outset of the campaign to issue notices of intent to cancel, we also worked together with the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations around fact sheets for and information for employers that we made available in order to draw attention to the processes that we were working through, how they could find out more information and how they can work with their workforces and engage with the registrar for the unique student identifiers, which is the holders of or the custodians of qualifications issued through the VET system, in order to be able to work with their workforce around access to or testing the verification of qualifications. So we work closely with the USI registrar in order to ensure that they're also across any of the qualifications that we've cancelled, in order that they can keep the register up to date. So we were providing that information, both disseminated in any ways that ASQA could, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations could, but also through ECEC regulators to their service providers.
And just finally on that, with the providers with the ECEC qualifications that have been cancelled or removed, what are the key risk, or are you seeing any key risk indicators or any patterns with those that you're able to sort of, I guess, preempt or have some, early warning signals of where that might occur again?
We do, Chair, and that so it's that interconnection of the 6 regulatory risk priorities that I talked about in my opening statement. Specifically here, this and in relation to the 4 providers that we've moved to specifically cancel the ECEC qualifications, it really did centre around insufficient RPL practices, but also in many cases the inadequacy or the absence of qualified trainers and assessors. So they're definitely areas that we are more broadly focused on, and that is consistent across what is a broader program of integrity matters that we're focused on and have been focused on for some time now, where we've got some additional capability and investment from government in order to target those areas specifically. So that does extend, although there is a broader connection, but it does extend beyond the early childhood sector, and it certainly includes the broader care sectors and disability aged care, but also in construction. So it is a part of a broader program of work where we've got much more effectively, I think, joining together the risk indicators and including more broadly across government, particularly through our membership of the Fraud Fusion Task Force and drawing through some of the other risks that are being identified through a variety of other sectors as well.
Yeah, so the players are involved across different sectors, not just childcare. We're seeing them in aged care, disability and construction.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your time and for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday, the 11th of March 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome a representative from the Parenthood via video conference.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
I can now indeed, thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today.
My name is Georgie Dent and I am the CEO of the Parenthood.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, or if you prefer, to table it. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you very much. 15 years ago, as a new mum with an adorable toddler, I was shocked to discover that early childhood education and care in Australia was neither reliably accessible, affordable or suitable. Since then, I have dedicated myself to changing that. So has the Parenthood, a not-for-profit advocacy organisation representing 80,000 parents, carers and supporters on whose behalf I am here. Since 2013, the Parenthood has campaigned for reforms to improve the lives of children, parents and families. We have campaigned on policies to alleviate the key pain points that make parenting and raising a child in Australia harder than it needs to be. It is a privilege and a responsibility to lead this organisation and to present to you today, so thank you for the opportunity. Since 2013, the Parenthood has helped secure paid parental leave reforms. We've fought to make early childhood education and care more affordable, more accessible and better quality. We've advocated for better pay for educators. We fought to abolish the activity test and we have pushed for services to be more inclusive. Yet I am here today because the work is far from done. Adequate paid parental leave, high quality early childhood education and care and family-friendly workplaces are not luxuries. They are essential infrastructure. The roads and bridges that allow parents to move between caring for their families and the paid work their households depend on. Right now, too many families around the country are stranded because that infrastructure does not exist. In childcare deserts, whether it's in a regional town, a remote community or in the outer suburbs of major metropolitan cities, too many families have no services to choose from. If your child's needs mean the only service in your area turns you and your child away, you are stranded. Even when a place is available, the cost is so prohibitive that many families feel trapped. Take Jodie and her partner. Both work full-time, earn reasonable incomes and have 2 small children. They struggle to cover childcare and an average mortgage. 2 incomes may look like security, but for too many families it is a tightrope, financially, logistically and emotionally. Cruelly, for too many families in Australia right now, it feels like they're broke if they don't work and they're broke if they do work. 2-income households are now the norm, but so many of our systems, from our schools, our workplaces and our communities, still operate on the assumption there is a parent at home. Is it any wonder families across Australia are exhausted and stretched? It is against this backdrop that the horrors of abuse, mistreatment and neglect in early childhood education and care were revealed in 2025. Parents of young children enrolled in formal early learning services were left with few options. 1 in 10 families withdrew a child from care. No parent should have to choose between their family's financial security and their child's safety. We know from the Australian Early Development Census that too many children are starting school developmentally vulnerable and that trend is worsening. We know that high quality early childhood education and care can change that trajectory, but quality requires safety. A service cannot be excellent if it is not safe, and a service cannot be trusted if it does not protect children. It's important to be clear, universal does not mean uniform. It means every child who needs early education and care can access it, whether they're in a capital city, a regional town or a remote community. That principle must underpin reform if we are serious about making early childhood education and care a reality. The Parenthood has been advocating specifically for families in regional, rural and remote communities for the last 5 years. Through our Access Coalition with over 70 partners, from the Australian Medical Association to grain growers to the Country Women's Association to the National Farmers Federation, we have brought hundreds of these stories directly to Canberra. 1.4 million children in Australia currently attend early education and care. Their parents trust that these services will nurture, stimulate and protect them. This inquiry exists because that trust was broken. The Parenthood is here because those children and their families deserve a system that is worthy of their trust. To build that system, we must expand paid parental leave to 12 months so parents have the opportunity to stay home in that critical first year. We must establish and fund a National Early Childhood Commission to ensure that services are safe and high quality, to ensure we grow and expand quality provision of early education and care by not-for-profits and community services. We have to make early education and care more affordable. We have to address areas of lack of supply and target support where those deserts exist. Every child in Australia should have access to a service that is safe, high quality, accessible, inclusive and affordable, that's as simple to enrol in as the local school. Not compulsory, but available for every family who needs it. In a country as wealthy as Australia, where the economic reality means that dual income households are now the norm, that is not ambitious. We believe it's the bare minimum, and the 80,000 parents in our community are counting on each of you to help make that a reality.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Ms Dent, for your submission and for your evidence and advocacy in this area of policy. There's been a lot of discussion about choice in early learning and what that means and what it should look like. Can you tell us what you think choice means for modern families in Australia?
So, look, we believe that high quality and safety must be at the heart of the design of any early childhood education and care. We know that, and the ACCC found this, that in a country as diverse as Australia, we cannot expect there to be one size that fits all when it comes to system design. What we do know is the principles that need to be applicable. At the Parenthood, we have been advocating for high quality early childhood education and care services to be funded differently. It is our belief that the childcare subsidy is unfit for the purpose of funding early childhood education and care. At the Parenthood, we believe that the childcare subsidy has pushed up the out-of-pocket price of early childhood education and care very consistently. Again, this was a finding that the ACCC made. We know that the design of the childcare subsidy has led us to a position where there are a quarter of all Australians living in an area where there is no supply. And yet we've got other parts of the country in wealthier areas where there are too many services, and oversupply also poses a risk to quality. We understand that at the moment there are 1.4 million children in early education and care services. It is our belief that we need to fund those services appropriately so that educators are properly qualified, well supported and professionally paid. We need to have a funding model that doesn't incentivise providers to set up in areas just where parents are capable of paying exorbitant out-of-pocket fees. We need to look at this as a universal infrastructure that is as available. There's a place for every child who needs it in the same way that school is. We recognise that right now, too few families in Australia would agree that they have anything that is close to choice. We do know that funding quality early childhood education and care is going to mean that for the 1.4 million children who rely on this system, they will benefit. And we have seen the problems that we have seen emerge are a reflection of a system that has been underfunded and stretched. So in that context, to withdraw funding from that system and fragment funding into other options without having a really clear focus on how we ensure that safety and quality are the paramount objectives, that is something that there are concerns about.
When you say other options, you mean unregulated care models? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, and look, we know that from past experience in Australia, but also from overseas, so in the United States and the United Kingdoms, where government funding has been provided to assist parents to use alternative models of care than centre-based daycare, what we've seen happen is the same thing that happens with childcare subsidy, and that is the cost of the service invariably goes up by the amount of the subsidy or the voucher. And so what we know about in areas where that has occurred, and in Australia, for example, the 2016 nanny pilot, my understanding is that the final evaluation report has not been publicly released, but the interim report certainly flagged that there were significant issues with finding suitable caregivers, that the workforce simply wasn't there, but also that the cost remained prohibitive even with the government assistance. And so I think that is the context in which at the Parenthood we would say our advocacy has been firmly around funding early childhood education and care services directly. We believe the subsidy has inflated the out-of-pocket cost. It has not driven improvements in quality. It has not driven improvements in affordability, in accessibility, in inclusion. And we know that they are the key pillars that actually a quality early education and care system have to be built upon to get the benefits that parents and taxpayers get when children have that opportunity to participate in the high quality early learning that they need.
Thank you, Ms Dent. You spoke a bit about those areas in our community where families can't access childcare. You know, the term childcare deserts is used, but we know often this is in sort of remote areas or out of regional areas where there's not that necessarily that financial incentive to build the infrastructure and open a service. I'm interested in your views on the Building Early Education Fund. I'm not going to use its acronym because I think it's silly. But what is your perspective on that fund and its potential impact in these communities?
So, look, as I referenced in my opening statement, the Parenthood has been really actively advocating for solutions in these childcare deserts. And so we absolutely welcomed the Building Fund for Early Education and Care. But what we would say is it will not go far enough to address the extent of lack of access. And so we would like to see a more ambitious target in terms of expanding services in areas of need. We also believe it's really important, and the Parenthood has in our advocacy specifically around regional, rural and remote communities, we have been saying all along we support fit-for-purpose, flexible alternatives where they are needed. Because, as I said, the ACCC was very clear. We don't live in a country where geographically it is going to be possible for every child to participate in a centre-based daycare, for example. And so looking at what are the options, what are the flexible and innovative models that we can deliver to different communities, and that is something that the Parenthood absolutely supports wholeheartedly.
Thank you. I'll just ask one more question, if that's okay, Chair, before I rotate the call. Thank you. Look, we know that parents don't just enrol their children in early childhood education because they need someone to look after them while they go to work. Many parents recognise the benefits high quality early education can bring for their children. And I think it's important in any conversation about participation, productivity, what we're doing and investing in early childhood, we talk about the why from an early development perspective too. So I'm interested in your perspective, representing parents and families, what's the why for early childhood development beyond participation, and why does it matter that we invest in quality at this time in a child's life?
Yeah, and look, I think that at the moment, and I've noted even just today, there's a lot of public discussion about, in this hearing, but also in the media today, there's a lot of discussion around what do children and parents need in the early years. And I think it's really important that we be realistic about the context in which parents are making decisions. And the reality is that very few parents are able to freely choose the arrangement that works for their children and their families and their circumstances. And we have to be clear that, and this is why, you know, at the Parenthood, we have been advocating for 12 months of paid parental leave. Ultimately, we would like that to be at a replacement wage rate, but in this budget submission, we've said to be fiscally responsible, let's get to 52 weeks at the minimum wage and then look at expanding the rate. But it is so crucial that we give families the opportunity to be at home, particularly in that first year of life. And we know that this is obviously, women's workforce participation has been increasing for a long time now. And so we can look back and say, right, over the last 10, 15, 20 years, the composition of households has changed to the extent that a parent stepping away from the paid workforce is not readily absorbed in the household budget the way that it might have been. You know, I saw something the other day and it nearly made me cry. It said, you know, so many two-parent households at the moment are working harder than a previous generation had to attain a quality of life that is lower than a previous generation could get with one income. And this is the point. There is financial pressure on households, and we're seeing that financial pressure bear out in the declining birth rate. And we know that the declining birth rate is not just a reflection of parents freely choosing to either not have children or have fewer children. We are consistently hearing that parents actually want to be having more children, but the financial barriers, not being able to afford housing and have that secure base is a factor. But then also, households not being able to afford a parent stepping out of the paid workforce for a period of time is a huge obstacle. And we know, so in the OECD countries, the average length of paid leave that families have access to is 53 weeks. And so what I would say to your question is we have to look at the entire ecosystem for young parents and for families. And the evidence is very clear that when babies can be at home supported for that first year of life, it is so good for the babies, but it's also really good for the mental health and well-being of both parents. Where there are two parents, it has a positive impact because you are giving parents breathing space that they need when they need it to recover from birth, to bond, to adjust to what is the most profound and radical life transformation that ever occurs. And so that is one of the things we have to be really clear about, that there are, we believe giving 12 months of paid parental leave to families would enable more parents to have the opportunity to stay at home longer and to return to work on their terms when they're ready. Then we have to look at, well, what are families' options after that point? And we know the evidence is very clear that quality early childhood education and care has a really positive impact on the trajectory of children. Now, the impact is shown to be more significant for children from more disadvantaged backgrounds or that have got any sort of form of disadvantage. But the evidence is very clear that all children do benefit from some quality early childhood education and care. The conversation about, the evidence is not as compelling for under threes as it is for over threes. But what is really more compelling than that is we know that when children grow up in households with financial stress, growing up in poverty, that has a really profound detrimental impact on child development outcomes. So we've got to be sort of looking at this holistically and saying, what are the options? And it's not a case of saying, do we compare the ideal optimal home environment with quality early childhood education care, or do we compare the reality in home environments, which is that not every home environment is as stable and secure, and particularly not if the parents are not able to participate in the paid workforce that their children need. That is a less stable environment, even if the parents want that. And so you've got to, and that has an impact on children. So we've got to be kind of looking at this saying, absolutely, if parents want to be able to stay at home for longer with their children when they're small and they can afford to do that, that is fantastic. We know that for the vast majority of Australian families, it's just not attainable or viable financially. And we know that when parents have to compromise when it comes to their paid work, that has an impact on their safety, on their security, that has a direct flow on to the safety and security of children. But in answer to your question about we know that quality early childhood education and care can deliver developmental stimulation in ways that even in-home care doesn't exactly replicate. So things like qualified educators that are trained in child development, they can provide language-rich interactions that do accelerate early language acquisition. We know that peer interaction from a really early age builds the social and emotional foundations that children carry into school and beyond. The research that has been done does highlight that there are ways in which qualified educators are able to support the developmental needs of children in ways that even the most loving, attentive parents at home may not be equipped to do so. That doesn't mean to say children who don't have that experience will always suffer, but equally, the benefits are there if it's high quality and if it's delivered by a professionally trained and supported paid workforce.
Thank you. I will need to rotate the call.
No, thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Dent, for joining us. In your submission, you outlined the case for an ECEC commission, and you mentioned it in your opening statement, and I'm hoping you can elaborate on why you think a commission is needed and how it might specifically support safety and quality in the ECEC system.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. So what we saw emerge last year was the result of a number of failures to actually steward early childhood education and care towards the objectives that we would all want. So we have got shared responsibility between the states and the Commonwealth Government that has created limited accountability and responsibility. So the Commonwealth Government obviously funds the childcare subsidy. The states and territories are responsible for regulation. There's actually no one body that is responsible for saying, how do we drive the quality of this system? So everybody knows that a qualified, sustainable, strong workforce is absolutely critical to delivering quality early education and care. States and territories and the Commonwealth Government, we have had workforce strategies. No one is actually responsible for saying, this is what we're working towards and this is how we're going to be there. And without that accountability, what we've seen is it has fallen by the wayside. So we believe that you can say the same thing about the mapping piece. How is it that we have got areas of the country with absolutely no supply and then other areas of the country with heaps of supply, oversupply? How is it that we are seeing high quality, beloved early learning services closing in communities and we're having multiple for-profit providers opening multiple services when their quality ratings are not anywhere near what these high-quality community services or not-for-profits are? And the answer is we've been able to do that because we have not had anyone who is responsible for saying, this is the outcome we want. If we want children in Australia to have the option of participating in early education and care, we have to make some planning decisions that will facilitate and enable that. So there are a couple of the sort of quality and the mapping piece, we believe, are part of why a commission is necessary. We believe it's critical to settle the roles and responsibilities between the Commonwealth Government and the States and Territories Government when it comes to the provision and funding of early childhood education and care.
Yeah, thank you. Very helpful. In your submission, you note that trust in the existing ECE system has eroded. Beyond what you've already said, do you have ideas that you want to contribute on how we can restore trust in the system for families?
Yes, I do. And I think that we have to be really clear about the fact that quality and safety in early childhood education and care largely come down to the strength and quality of the workforce. We know that so many of the major problems that we have seen revealed have stemmed from the fact that we have had providers that have understaffed, that have hired as few staff as possible with as little qualifications as possible. It is not a coincidence, and you've heard evidence in this hearing to this effect, that services with higher quality ratings staff well above the ratio. The ratios do not necessarily dictate best practice, and yet we've had providers who have been using waivers, for example, almost as a business model for operating. And that has, hiring as few people as possible with as little qualifications as possible and rostering on as few people as possible, all of that has a really detrimental impact on the quality and safety of an early learning environment. We believe that we need to, and again, this is why we think an early childhood commission can be critically important, we need to ensure that child safety and well-being is the paramount objective. And at the moment, I think families are looking for signals, and certainly I think there have been steps from the Commonwealth and States and Territories governments that are all welcome. Things like withdrawing funding from services that are consistently failing to meet the standards. That is welcome. But equally, what I would say is, what a lot of parents said to me about that is, how was it possible before for services to continue operating when they weren't meeting the right standards? Things like having regular assessments and not having an assessment and then being told we'll come back in 4 or 5 years. In some instances, services, it's been 8 or 9 years between assessments. That's happened even when assessments were you weren't meeting the minimum standard. And so I think what the 2025 showed a lot of parents was that there simply wasn't the transparency and accountability that we ought to expect from a system that is designed to nurture and support, by definition, the most vulnerable people in our community. And it has been possible for providers to get away with far too little regulation and sort of consequences.
And just to pick up on one of those points you raised, what benefits do you think there'd be to safety and quality if we closed the under the roof loophole? Do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, and so look, if you speak to any early childhood educators or early childhood teachers, they will say to you, our ratios are actually pretty minimal. And so going beyond that, going beneath that and saying we're actually going to have fewer people than even the ratio says, you're putting considerable pressure on the workforce that remains. And we do know that when it comes to children, when it comes to early education and care, the quality of a child's relationship with the educators and the teachers is really critical to the quality of that experience. And if you have got educators and teachers that are run off their feet, that simply do not have any additional capacity, that is detrimental to safety and quality. And the under the roof ratio was never designed as a sort of foolproof strategy. It was designed as a, how can we accommodate for the end of the day when we've got fewer children and there's fewer children, how can you practically make that work? And we do have workforce challenges, there's no doubt about that. But it is really clear, and if you speak to any educators, they will be unequivocal about this, the under the roof ratio puts children and educators at risk.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. And just finally, before I rotate the call, you note that parents are struggling to access meaningful quality and safety data. What do you think parents need to help them make more informed decisions about where to send their child and know if anything has changed at the particular service that they're using?
Yeah, so look, we have been, obviously communicating a lot with parents over the last 12 months about this. In particular, how do you find out a service's rating? And so, we are trying to educate parents that there is publicly available information. And parents knowing that is really important. Parents knowing what we do know about how different ownership structures might impact the quality and rating. Having parents understand that, if nothing else, the retention and longevity of the workforce is probably, a very powerful indicator of whether an environment is functioning and thriving or not. And so there are sort of key points that we think it's important for parents to be aware of that indicate a service's quality or suitability. But this is the cruel point is a lot of families do not have an array of options. So it's, you're sort of saying to families, go out and find this information and look for a high quality not-for-profit that's got a workforce that's been stable and secure and they staff above ratios. And they might go out and say, we don't have anything like that in our community. There's the number of calls we get every week from families in different communities where the council run or the beloved community not-for-profit is closing down with staff that have been there for 25 or 30 years. And they're being told that's okay, there's another, there's another for-profit service opening, and they don't want that. And so I think it's dual. We have to be willing to give parents information about how to, what to look for, what are the green flags, what are the red flags when it comes to an early education and care centre. But more importantly, what are we doing to ensure that families are more likely to find services with only green flags than services with red flags?
Great point to end on. Thank you. And I'll pass back to the Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your evidence today. Just thinking about a few things that you've said, you commented that a centre-based model is worthwhile if it is demonstrably safe and of high quality, and they're sort of messages you've repeated throughout your evidence. what objective indicators do you think that government can use to assess whether that standard is actually being met, like genuinely being met? And at what point would you say the evidence shows that the system is actually not delivering on that promise, which is what many parents are telling us?
Yeah, look, I mean, I was listening yesterday, and I think Karen Thorpe made a really good point when she said, you know, her definition of quality is an environment that's emotionally supportive, that's stable, that's cognitively stimulating. And I know they're difficult concepts to sort of quantify on one level, but ultimately it comes down to the quality of the relationships in a service. And that is largely dependent on the workforce. What are the qualifications of the workforce? How well supported are they? What is the staffing model? Because even the most brilliantly educated early childhood teacher is only going to be able to deliver so much connection and relationship if she's in a service where the model is we've got you and then everybody else is very, very lowly qualified, less experienced, and you've got, you're staffed at a point where you're not rostered adequately. So it's sort of looking at what are the conditions that we are creating in services where it is more likely that it is going to be a stable, supportive, stimulating environment.
Thank you. And it sort of leads me to think about parent needs and children's needs, and each child is different. And you've also referenced one size fits all, and that was something that was discussed yesterday as well. And it leads me to thinking about your comments around the PPL for 12 months. And I do recall your evidence in that inquiry as well. So thinking about that, particularly in the importance of that nurturing care and the emotionally supportive care in the first 12 months, does that then give us an opportunity to look at that first 12 months differently and actually say, well, hang on a moment, maybe this centre-based care is not the ideal in that first year, and not all parents should be forced to just have that as their only option of care. And not to say there isn't excellent care, but it doesn't meet everybody's needs. Do we actually, we've heard about under 3s and under 2s, but is it perhaps a way forward to segment that first year and go, well, let's look at this differently, and maybe that is our pathway forward, and it doesn't have to be us and them, other alternatives of in-home care or other types of care versus centre-based care, but how do we actually deal with the child's development over time?
Yes, and I think that actually that is something, and I'm happy to send you a copy, but in our budget submission, we actually put in there that we believe, that making this investment in paid parental leave, it takes pressure off early childhood education and care. And again, early childhood educators and providers will be really upfront about this. 0 to 12 months is the hardest window to do well in early childhood education and care. It is because of the needs of the child. It is the most staff-intensive time, understandably, because of the ages. And as I said, we know the evidence is really clear that when babies have the opportunity to be cared for at home, when parents aren't forced back to work before they're ready, children actually do really well, and so do parents. And that is, so I think you are exactly right. And we have sort of made an argument here that if you did the cost analysis, the childcare subsidy for children, from 6 months to 12 months, it is cheaper than paid parental leave would be. But it's not that much difference. And if we look at then what are we getting for that investment, we're taking pressure off the early education workforce. We're giving parents more ability to stay at home for longer when that's what they want. And so I think, that is exactly the argument that we have been making, that we think we have to look at expanding paid parental leave as part of this picture.
Thank you. If you could send me that, I'd be very happy to have a look at it. One of the previous witnesses talked about the cost to the Commonwealth of each of each child early education space of about $9,000 a year, and suggested that that's something that could be given to parents in that first year or ongoing. Would you see that as a useful supplement to that paid parental leave in that first year for parents to actually use as they see fit, particularly noting your comments around whatever subsidy there is, you can see that service increasing by that cost or by that subsidy amount? Yeah.
Sorry, can you just clarify, are you talking about a $9,000 payment to households or what?
Yeah, to families so in the first year that a family has their baby, or someone has their child or a household, that they receive, say, that lump sum of $9,000 in that first year rather than the childcare subsidy, so they can then utilise that in whatever way they see fit. So if they stay home, they get to keep it anyway. If they want to use it for childcare, they can. And if they want to use it for in-home care that's, as Senator Smith calls it, unregulated, which is basically how a lot of care occurs today anyway, with care outside the childcare system.
Yeah, so I think that, we would say that making a payment of 52 weeks of paid parental leave to households is the sort of evidence-based policy that we support as infrastructure that already exists for a direct payment to be made to households. And then I'm not sure if you're talking about, and we say in our submission, if a family is using 12 months of paid parental leave, they're not using the childcare subsidy, but we're not saying pay them the childcare subsidy. We're just saying 52 weeks of paid parental leave should be available.
Yeah. No, I was just curious as, whether you felt a flat payment, whether the paid parental leave exists or not, is a useful way of providing resources to parents in that first year that they can utilise in any way they see fit, which could be to pay themselves for a childcare centre or to stay home and supplement the family budget, providing that additional choice, I guess.
Yeah, so we have said pretty consistently over the last couple of years that the evidence around any form of sort of, I know that's, baby bonus, has had a sort of short-term positive impact on the birth rate, for example, but doesn't necessarily make the raising and providing for a family sort of more sustainable over the long term, which is where, it is our view that if parents had access to 12 months of paid parental leave and then they're able to make decisions about how and when both parents return to work, noting, for example, in a lot of Nordic countries, it's very common in the early years for both parents to go back to work 4 days a week, for example. And, I think that's why the 3-day guarantee that's been introduced here, we have been hugely supportive of, because the evidence is really clear that 3 days a week of high-quality early education and care is great. It's not necessarily the case that you need a universal system so that every child and every family has to use that 5 days a week, but it's looking at what's the ecosystem of policies that exist that mean it is more sustainable for families to raise their family and provide for their family. And we would say paid parental leave and early education and care that is high quality, accessible, inclusive and available are the two sort of critical pieces of infrastructure that we haven't got at the moment that mean a lot of families are left stranded at worst, scrambling at best.
Thank you. And I'll just finish off with this because we are over time. Your submission distinguishes between strengthening regulated in-home care and extending subsidies to informal arrangements, noting the accountability differences. What minimum safeguards do you think would be essential for publicly funded home-based care, and how can policy respect the realities that many families are already relying on the care of, sources outside of that centre-based care to meet their needs, particularly after hours for shift workers and people that work irregular hours?
Yeah, look, we have long supported expanding well-regulated home-based care and flexible options where centre-based services are not viable or they can't meet the local needs. But we are unambiguous about the fact that safety and oversight have to remain paramount priorities. It is our view that having qualified regulated caregivers is something that's critically important to keep children safe in those environments. We do know, I mean, I was speaking to Christy McVie recently, who's a former police officer, who's a child safety expert, and she has spoken about this quite a lot. You know, we know that the allegations of abuse that occurred in early education and care settings are absolutely sickening and vile. But we can't, it would be horrendous to exploit the fear from that and say to families, it's safer, it's always safer to have children in your own home, when the evidence shows us what's really clear is that the overwhelming, sort of more than 95% of child sexual abuse is perpetrated by somebody who is known to the child and the family. And it's our view that we need systems that mean we're not relying on the intuition or goodwill of parents to ensure the safety of their children in their home. Because we know, and this is, you know, again, this applies whether it's in a school, an early learning service or a home. What we know about predators is that they groom adults as well as grooming children. It's very often that you hear when an offender is convicted, there will be people around them who said, I just did not know. And we've seen that in early learning services, we've seen that in families where that happens. And so, you know, that is our view, that we need to have adequate systems and safeguards in place so that we're not, you know, as I said earlier, we know our early education.
What would those minimum safeguards be? Because I'm just thinking out loud. We're saying the best place for a child in the first 12 months is at home, if possible and if feasible. And in reality, that's hard for Australian families, particularly in the current environment. So paid parental leave is critical. But then we're also saying, oh, but we need the centre-based model to ensure that children are safe. That, to me, they contradict each other.
No, well, with paid parental leave, you're talking about parents being at home with children, and the evidence is I mean, I don't have the exact number on this, but child sexual abuse is not usually perpetrated by parents. That's not universal. It definitely does happen. But when we're talking about funded positions for caregivers, whether it is a nanny, whether it is a grandparent, I think things like mandatory child safety training are really important. I absolutely have sympathy for the argument that it's a different environment to a centre-based care, but also someone who has got qualifications in early education and care, who's registered. You know, obviously we are working towards having a national educator register, and I think that's really important. I think that in the wake of this horrendous crisis in safety and confidence among parents, we have to be really mindful of not inadvertently responding to one crisis and potentially creating increased risk for a cohort of children unwittingly.
Thank you. I would agree with that. And just on notice, if you could, I'd be very interested if you're able to provide any insights in relation to how we could improve the in-home care piece, given that it already exists. And I thank you for your time and thank you for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday, the 11th of March 2026. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance, and a reminder to all witnesses that questions on notice should be provided by close of business, Tuesday 11th of March 2026. The committee stands adjourned.